You know, I think the campaign has learned over time, as we all have, how fast this misinformation spreads. So if you were somebody like many of us who was either at church or celebrating the holidays with your family, you might just see it pop up on your phone, which says something about Joe Biden and Transgender Day without any of the context. And so they were right to fire back, correct the misinformation. But I would just stress that this didn't come from Donald Trump alone. You saw it all over conservative media. This and the story of the Easter eggs, which of course they were talking about the fact that for a long time, religious symbols have been banned on Easter eggs, as have partisan messages. Even under Donald Trump's White House, that goes back many years, but you had, you know, the Speaker of the House, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and others mocking Joe Biden for his faith and saying he was mocking their faith and going after God. And so that misinformation has to be corrected. And, you know, in the end, I'm not sure who wins, but I have to imagine that people in the middle who will decide this election, as they are consistently now reminded of the chaos that is Donald Trump, will tire of this. And so, you know, the more this is about Donald Trump, the worse it gets for him. The more it's about Biden, the worse it is for him. So in this case, I think it's a Biden win, if you can put it that way politically.
Well, on the subject of Donald Trump, Jeannie, also over the weekend, we saw Trump reposting a video on Truth Social that contained an image printed on the back of a pickup truck of President Biden hogtied, laying on his side in the bed of that pickup truck. The Biden campaign says this is just another example of Trump regularly inciting political violence, while the Trump campaign, through spokesman Stephen Chung, said in a statement that picture was on the back of a pickup truck that was traveling down the highway. Democrats and crazed lunatics have not only called for despicable violence against Trump and his family, they are actually weaponizing the justice system against him. Of course, that's something they often say. Jeannie, for the Biden campaign, when you see things like this or hear the many things that Trump says on the campaign trail, should you be reactive to each and every one? I asked this question of Pat Dennis of American Bridge earlier this hour, and he was talking about how this is a very tricky balance, how to handle Trump as an opponent.
It absolutely is. I do think they have to correct it. And, you know, you couple that horrific image with the attacks that Donald Trump was making against a federal judge and his daughter, despite a gag order, right on the heels of going to the funeral for this officer in New York City who was slain. So on the one hand, he is going and talking about law and order. On the other hand, he and his campaign just continue with this spate of violence. Kaylee, I was just looking back to remind myself, the bloodbath comment came on March 16th or thereabouts. So it is a continual strain, and it will be. The campaign on Biden's side is going to have to underscore and push back that this is not real leadership. This is not who we are. It won't change any minds with the Trump faithful. But again, it will correct the misinformation and remind people of the real danger of this kind of violent rhetoric. And I would just underscore that federal judge who came out on CNN to say, there is real violence in the judicial sphere. Judges are concerned. I live not far from somebody whose child was shot. You know, this is a problem in the judicial system. So I have a former president attacking a judge and his daughter. This type of threat is real, and it has to be taken seriously.
Well, on the subject of threats and whether to take them seriously or not, Jeannie, I'm glad you brought up the bloodbath comment because, Rick, it was just a few weeks ago that we were having a discussion about contextualizing remarks from the former president because he was talking, his campaign says, about a bloodbath in the auto industry should he not be reelected. Others read bloodbath, just the choice of the word, very differently. And whether it's the bloodbath comment or an image of President Biden tied up in a pickup truck, it raises the question broadly of whether this is overreaction or this is just reaction to a pattern.
Yeah, this is the ultimate frustration that everybody has with dealing with Donald Trump, whether it's things he's posting on Truth Social, whether it's comments he makes from the podium at his rallies, or whether it's news interviews, whether on Fox or CNN or anything else. How do you fact check? How do you temper some of the most outrageous things, some blatant lies, some just incredibly insulting? And how do you monitor and manage that? And certainly Biden and his campaign have exactly the same problem. How do you push back on it? on these comments so that you don't have a lie become a truth. But at the same time, there's so many that how do you actually pick which ones you push back on and which ones you don't? Obviously, it has an impact. There's no question that political violence is on the upswing and has been since 2020. And there's no question that we live in a divided country, partly because we've told voters they need to divide themselves. We've told voters that they can't get along with one another, that these are not just political issues, but they divide the country along racial lines and cultural lines. So this is a particularly difficult set of circumstances. I think the Biden campaign has to figure out how to manage Donald Trump. I think it's still an issue with them. I don't think I've seen a clear pattern where they pick and choose what they want to push back on. But I think it's equally frustrating for the news media as to how to handle these kinds of reports. Just by talking about this stuff, we're giving it a lot more uplift than it otherwise would have with, 500,000 people who subscribe to Truth Social. What is it? 5 million users a month. That's a fraction of a TikTok or a X, which have billions. So who's he really talking to, and are we giving him more airtime?
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir on that one, Rick, especially when there also are real policy conversations to be had this election cycle. And Jeannie, one of those policy conversations, at least in geopolitics specifically, surrounds the U.S. stance toward Israel amid its ongoing war with Hamas. We just had a headline from the White House, the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, saying that the U.S. and Israel are holding a virtual meeting today, Monday, on Rafah and what exactly Israel should do there, where, of course, it's a location in which 1 million Palestinian civilians have taken refuge, and Israel wants to go in and attack the remaining Hamas battalions there. What more can President Biden be doing in these talks or otherwise to influence Israel's own policymaking and potentially help his reelection effort as well, considering we know this is an issue he's having with Muslim and Arab Americans as well as young voters?
Yeah, I mean, he has been vocal publicly. We understand he has been very, very clear privately where the administration stand. They are, supportive of Israel. There's no question on that. We just see the arms shipment now. But on the other hand, and of course, they recognize the horror of October 7th, which none of us can forget. I mean, a horrific day. But there's also truth when you're talking about 2.2 million Gazans, half under the age of 18. And of course, this is a very tough issue. How does Israel respond? The United States would like them to use more of a precision attack against the leaders of Hamas. We know where Israel stands on this. So they are going to keep pushing for what they hope Israel will consider. We know that Netanyahu, just out of the hospital, is under his own domestic pressure from the right and the left with the protests over the weekend. So a very tough situation. I would just say on the political front in the United States, we saw it in New York City, where I am over the weekend with the protest when the president had his fundraiser. And let's not forget, we have a convention in Chicago. It'll make the 1968 Chicago Democratic Convention look like a cakewalk if this keeps up. It is going to be a really, really challenging convention for Democrats if we don't see movement on this issue. So Biden knows the political stakes well. That happens to be the home, Cook County, of the largest Palestinian population in the United States. And tempers are rightly running very high on this issue on the Democratic side.
So potentially we could see even more protests here at home. But as Jeannie pointed out, Rick, there were protests in Israel over the weekend, tens of thousands of people calling for new elections, which is something that the Senate Majority Leader, the highest elected Jewish official in the U.S. government, Chuck Schumer, also called for recently. Can the U.S. actually come out more forcefully in support of that?
It's always a tricky case when the U.S. tries to influence regime change. And we've had some success with that in the past, but many more failures, frankly. And so I think, especially within a thriving democracy that exists in Israel, kudos to the people of Israel to take to the streets. It's one of the most advantageous things of a democracy is you're not thrown in jail or persecuted because you participated in freedom of speech. And the Israelis have been doing it a lot lately. This is not the only issue that has brought Israelis to the street. You were talking earlier in the program about the judicial reforms. This is a divided country in Israel. Bibi Netanyahu has a coalition with a lot of right-wing, what we would call extremists in the United States that have helped isolate him from a vast majority of the population there. And so even though his regime is still in place, it's extraordinarily unpopular. And in a system of parliamentary elections, the people calling for elections is a lot easier than if it were in the United States, where we don't have things like snap elections and early elections. So I think it's certainly appropriate for what the people of Israel are doing. And I think the U.S., our job, the State Department and the president, is to keep Bibi Netanyahu's feet to the fire when it comes to conduct, both at the war and within his own democracy.
Well, we heard from Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen over the weekend on one of the Sunday shows saying that Netanyahu, and this is a quote, continues to essentially give the finger to the president of the United States. Rick, we have less than a minute left, but when someone in your own party is saying you're getting flipped the bird by an ally, what does that signal about your leverage and influence on said ally?
Yeah, look, I mean, Israel needs us more than we need Israel, but the importance is that the combination is what has kept peace in the Middle East for the last few decades. And so the reality is that we don't have to like each other to do business. And whether or not Netanyahu enjoys the company of Joe Biden is irrelevant. They need us. They need our weapon systems. They need our strategy. They need our intel. And need our support as a democracy. And Joe Biden has done a smart thing by saying, regardless of all my differences with Netanyahu, I'm all in for Israel. And he has conducted himself as such.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature political panel. They'll be back with us in the next hour, which starts just a few minutes from now on this Monday edition of Balance of Power. We have much more coming up, so stay tuned. This is Bloomberg.
of politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio, live from Washington. Happy Monday to you, the start of a new work week, though not for Congress. They're still on recess, but when they return, House Speaker Mike Johnson floating the idea of some Israel and Ukraine aid ideas that could hit the floor of the House this month. We'll have more with Bloomberg Government's Kate Ackley this hour and discuss the politics around what that could mean for the Speaker with our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Plus, we'll get the latest on Israel and its conflict with Hamas, domestic pressure as well on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with Aaron David Miller of the Carnegie Endowment for Peace. Plus, we'll have a check on economic data and gas prices with Bloomberg's Kate Davidson and Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy. First, though, let's get a check on everything else in financial markets. Charlie Pellet has a look at that from New York.
Hi, thank you very much, Kelly Lines. Indeed, red on the screen. Back to work Monday right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all trading lower. S&P down 16, a decline right now of 0.3%. We've got the Dow Industrials down 261, a decline of about 0.7%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index lower now by 12, a drop there of just about 0.1%. 10-year 4.32% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.70%. Spot gold trading higher by $7 the ounce to $22.37. For gold, that is an advance of 0.4%, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 1.4%, 84.32 for a barrel of WTI. Stocks lower as solid U.S. factory data reinforce speculation that the Fed will be in no rush to cut interest rates. Again, the 10-year yielding 4.32%. Shares of Donald Trump's social media business have wiped out their gains from going public last week after the company disclosed that it lost more than $58 million in 2023 as revenue for the former president's Truth Social platform trickled in. Trump Media and Technology Group shares now down by 24%. The company uses the ticker DJT. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 16 right now, lower by 0.3%. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington, and your host, once again, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, hard at work on this Monday, as am I. Thank you so much. Congress, though, maybe not to the same extent. Technically, it is a district work period that they're in right now, but others would call it recess. They'll return to the Capitol next week. And when they do so, the House could, in pretty short order, potentially be facing down a vote on Ukraine aid. At least that's the signal from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was talking on Fox last night about the idea, as well as what that could actually look like. Some suggestions of the aid coming in the form of a loan, potentially money from frozen Russian assets being put toward Ukraine. The question is, can it go anywhere? And can he keep the speaker's gavel if he moves forward with this? Joining us now is Kate Ackley, who reports on Congress for Bloomberg Government. So, Kate, first just walk us through what exactly it seems that Johnson is propositioning here when it comes to Ukraine aid, keeping in mind we haven't seen an actual plan on paper or any kind of legislative text.
Right. Well, you hit the exact points that he made last night in that interview. I think he called them sort of innovations, that he might look at some, innovations to move this measure. I mean, I think we're still in a lot of the same, with a lot of the same options as we were a couple of weeks ago. You remember at the beginning of, we call it a recess, at the beginning of just to kick off the recess, Marjorie Taylor Greene, entered that potential sort of motion to vacate the chair, which, is nothing happening with that right now, but it's that sort of thread that looms over Speaker Mike Johnson as he looks through these options. I think he's basically right now been trying to set expectations. He's been talking about that he is dealing with a historically sort of low number majority, that he doesn't have a lot of options, but some of them still include, where we could see a discharge petition where you see a majority from, including Democrats trying to move the Senate bill that's still out there. But Mike Johnson, Speaker Johnson's been talking about adding some innovations to this this piece of legislation. Like you said, using maybe funding the Ukraine aid with money that's been seized from Russian oligarchs, one of the ideas that he has floated. So we'll be watching that as he sort of looks at that over the next few days.
Well, Kate, I'm glad you brought up as well the fact that there is a motion to vacate hanging over his head. He did say in that interview last night that he's been texting with Marjorie Taylor Greene, referred to her at one point as a friend, said they're going to talk next week. Is the fact that he is out there vocally talking about Ukraine aid, which is what she said would be the triggering effect, essentially, that vote is what would actually bring the motion to vacate forward into that privilege resolution potentially. Is he calling her bluff, or does he think if it's Ukraine aid he is offering, that Democrats are going to be willing to step up and save him?
Well, I think both of those things, could be that could be going on. He thinks that Democrats might be there to save him. He's also tried to say, with this, like he's called it a historically low majority for House Republicans, he's really tried to message that if the more they kind of put their divisions on display, the worse they are off in terms of negotiating with Democrats on this and other things. So he's certainly trying to bring that message that, they should be unified, which they have not been, and the things that are on the horizon, Ukraine aid, but other things like the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, reauthorization. These are things that divide Republicans that are on the agenda ahead. So, yes, said he was texting with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She also said the day that she, entered that motion to vacate or, threw that out there basically to have that hanging over his head, that it wasn't personal, that she, likes Speaker Johnson personally, but she's unhappy with the policies. He too said in his own messaging, that he doesn't like some of the policies that Republicans have agreed to, but that they don't have a lot in their own hand because they have this tiny majority in the House. They don't hold the Senate, and their party doesn't hold the White House. So he's kind of saying, right, what do you expect me to be able to do? He has said that he's looking to November. He's fundraising this week. He's starting off not with the level of fundraising that his predecessor Kevin McCarthy had, just a huge fundraising network. So he's been working to build up his fundraising network, and he's saying, Republicans need to grow the majority in the House, which is a tall, tall order.
All right, Kate Ackley of Bloomberg Government, great reporting. Thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Of course, as we debate the future over aid for Ukraine, it's worth noting that in that supplemental package that did pass the Senate, it wasn't just aid for Ukraine, but also Taiwan and Israel. And on the subject of Israel, we have much to discuss there, as the war in Hamas is still ongoing, approaching the 6-month mark. And we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a news conference yesterday saying he plans to have the military move 1 million Palestinian civilians out of the southern city of Rafah in Gaza and then move in to attack the remaining Hamas battalions in that city. This, of course, as he was also facing tens of thousands of protesters in Israel calling for a change in government. Joining us now is an expert on the subject of Israel. Aaron David Miller is with us, fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. It's always great to have you here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. First of all, how hard will it be to Netanyahu actually accomplish what he says he is going to, moving 1 million people safely out of Rafah, getting them aid, and then going in to finish the job of eradicating Hamas? Can this actually be done credibly?
I have no doubt that the Israelis can eliminate, at least as an organized military presence, Hamas's remaining battalions in Rafah. The idea of moving 1.34 million people, if the Israelis had 3 months, if the Israelis were tightly coordinating both with the United States and international aid organizations, if the Israelis, together with its organizations, could create sanctuaries where, in fact, Palestinians would have access to potable water, to shelter, to sanitation and medical facilities, you could imagine that it would be possible. Under these circumstances, with pressure mounting, particularly with respect to releasing the hostages, And the Israelis persuaded that only by going into Rafah will Hamas be persuaded to cut any sort of deal to release hostages. Seems highly unlikely. But I think the only saving grace here, frankly, is that we are weeks, perhaps even more, weeks away, not until May, I would imagine, with the Israelis mount such an operation. And today, even as we speak, two senior members of Mr. Netanyahu's government have been talking virtually with Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, and other administration officials. This was the much delayed ballyhooed visit that was supposed to take place last week, canceled as a consequence of the American abstention on the UN Security Council resolution by the Prime Minister. But those conversations took place today. I suspect they'll be ongoing because the administration, understandably, I suspect, has real concerns about whether or not the Israelis can do what they need to do in Rafah without endangering hundreds of thousands of Palestinians.
So maybe there is the opportunity for the U.S. to express those views, to provide suggestions, if they have, as they have said they will, for alternatives to how the operation in Rafah could be handled. But it's still the remaining question is whether or not the Israelis are hearing that message, whether they're giving much credence at all to whatever the U.S. has to say.
Yeah, well, that's a very good question. The other interceding development, of course, could be an agreement. Negotiators are now in Qatar, Israelis, Egyptians, Qataris, Americans, to try to broker a limited exchange, hostages for Palestinian prisoners, and a temporary, let's call it a temporary ceasefire for 6 weeks. That might actually create a situation where you could break the battlefield dynamic. But again, Mr. Netanyahu has said so many times that they've got to do Rafah, quote unquote, do Rafah. Israeli public, including the war cabinet, Benny Gantz, who is the putative successor, if you believe the polls, and I do, should elections be held today or even 3 months from now, Netanyahu would not be able to put together a government. But the vast majority of the Israeli public is still very much supportive, not of Netanyahu, but of his war aims.
Well, and of course, we saw the Israeli public, or at least tens of thousands of members of the Israeli public out over the weekend protesting, calling for new elections. And I just wonder to what extent you think that domestic pressure would actually change the behavior of Bibi Netanyahu, knowing there also was great pressure and a long period of protests over the judicial reform that he was trying to push through. And it took a long time for that actually to turn into changes in those proposals. What influence, if any, do those protesters have?
No, I'm glad you referred to the mass protests in a country of nearly 10 million people, hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets, 40 plus weeks in a row. I'm wondering, frankly, whether or not on any issue we would be capable of doing something quite like that. But it stalled the judicial reform. It prevented Netanyahu from acting. And I think mass public opinion and demonstrations is now the new force in Israeli politics. The problem is there's no mechanism right now to topple this Israeli government. If there aren't defections from Mr. Netanyahu's coalition, and they probably won't be, there's no way to call for new elections. And the notion of a constructive vote of no confidence, where the parties would identify a ministerial candidate that got more than 60 plus 1 votes, that could create a new government without elections, that's almost impossible. And Benjamin Netanyahu, on trial for bribery, fraud, breach of trust, is not going to resign. So I think right now there's no mechanism to remove him. I think if this war downshifts, then I think the issue of accounting and accountability will come to the fore. And it strikes me as almost impossible to imagine that a prime minister who's presided over the worst terror attack in the history of the state of Israel, the bloodiest day for Jews since the Nazi Holocaust, is going to be able to survive. Every poll suggests he can't and won't.
Meantime, we're still getting fresh news out of the weekend, Aaron, and we want to be careful with this, as this is just reporting from Iranian and Syrian state media, but they are reporting today that an Israeli airstrike on Iran's embassy compound in Syria has killed a number of people, including a top military commander, Mohammad Reza Zahedi, a high-ranking Iranian general who had been linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Is that a major escalation in this conflict when we're talking about strikes in Syria against Iranians, keeping in mind that it hasn't just been Israel versus Hamas, but other Iranian proxies active in this region as well since October 7th?
Add to that the fact that the Israelis struck in December and killed a top IRGC commander. Reza Zahidi, though, I think it was even more senior than the one they killed last year. If you told me that 6 months into this war, what you have is a mini confrontation every single day between Hezbollah and Israelis along the Israeli-Lebanese border, that we wouldn't have had a major escalation, I wouldn't have believed you. Although Hezbollah and Israel and the Iranians have been operating under a kind of escalatory threshold, simply unwilling to take the kinds of steps that could trigger a major escalation. We talk about major escalation, we're talking about an Israeli-Hezbollah war, which in summer of 06, shut down the northern half of the Middle East's most preeminent military power, Israel. This time around, Hezbollah's got between 150,000 and 200,000 high-trajectory weapons of various ranges, lethalities, and precision. You don't want to go there because you could easily, in that situation, morph into strikes by the U.S. and or Israel on Iranian territory, Iran's retaliation with ballistic missiles. Then you'd see something the Middle East has never experienced before, which is a major regional war. I don't think you're going to get there, but certainly the Israelis have not claimed responsibility for this. But this sort of escalation could, in fact, trigger an escalatory cycle. Hopefully it won't.
Well, and while we're considering other forces in the Middle East, in just our remaining minute here with you, over the weekend as well, we did get news out of Turkey. The party of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan suffering an unprecedented defeat in municipal elections. Just how consequential is what's happening in Turkey for the balance in the wider Middle East?
I'm not sure it has much of an impact yet, at least in the broader Middle East. I think it does have consequences for Erdogan, who is from Istanbul. He served as mayor. He considers it a major stronghold. The fact that one of his key opponents actually bested him by a significant number of votes doesn't augur well for his legacy or perhaps for the policies that he wants to continue to push for internally in Turkey. So again, I'm not sure you're talking about a major regional consequence, but certainly for internal Turkish politics, very significant.
All right, so maybe some domestic pressures in Turkey as well as in Israel against their respective leaders. Aaron David Miller, always great to have you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much for joining us. He, of course, is Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. We'll have much more coming up on Balance of Power. We have to talk to our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. They'll be with us on the other side of this break. This is Bloomberg.
8:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are trading very close to session lows now. Back to work Monday with the S&P slumping 22 points to 52.32. That is a drop of 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 302 now, lower by 0.8%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 33, a drop there of 0.2%. Nasdaq 100 Index also in the red, down now by 23 points, a decline of 0.1%. 10-year 4.32% with a 2-year 4.70%. Stocks lower as solid factory data reinforces speculation that the Federal Reserve will be in no rush to cut interest rates. Again, the 10-year 4.32% with a 2-year 4.70%. Spot gold higher by $6.50 the ounce to $22.36, a gain of 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 83.88 for a barrel of WTI. UPS will become the primary air cargo provider for the United States Postal Service. The Atlanta-based shipping company says it has received an air cargo contract from the U.S. Postal Service that significantly expands an existing partnership between the two. UPS shares, they are lower by 1%. Rival FedEx down now by 3%. Again, recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 22, a decline now of 0.4%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington, and once again, here's your host, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome back indeed to Washington, where we are broadcasting to you live on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm here. Joe Matthew is taking a well-deserved day off, and Congress is taking the day off today as well. Actually, the rest of this week, they're still on recess or the district work period, whatever you want to call it, but they might have some work to do when they return, specifically on aid for Ukraine. We heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson on a Fox News interview last night talking about potentially a path forward for a vote this month, in the month of April, but he's floating some ideas of what form it could take, including potentially being a loan or taking frozen Russian assets, which could be complicated and need Europe involved, and using that to pay for Ukraine's war effort. So with more, let's bring in now our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zano. So it seems, Jeannie, that he is looking at putting this on the floor despite the threats to his speakership that might result from Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has already filed but not acted upon a motion to vacate. There is the question, though, before we get to his future, about what future, if any, these ideas would actually have, considering they don't need to just pass the House, but a Democratic-controlled Senate as well, and be passed by a Democratic president. Could we see Democrats sign on to this idea of it being a loan rather than direct aid, or of using Russian assets to pay for Ukraine's efforts?
Yeah, it was a fascinating interview because he was like part coach. He kept using these sort of footballish metaphors about Hail Marys and yards and dust and all these things that I don't know about. And then he also was like being a little bit professorial and trying to, explain to the viewers that he only has a 1-vote margin. He can't get everything he wants. We have to be incremental. So it was a fascinating interview. You could really feel the challenge that he has in front of him. The Democrats, to these 3 ideas that he has been floating, have been cold to the idea of a loan, which Donald Trump raised. I wouldn't say it's off this table by any stretch of the imagination. But this is the challenge with all of these ideas. He's got to make sure he keeps the Democrats on board and, of course, brings his conservative, as many as he needs, element together. I think it's doable. I think they will get it done. The LNG idea is one that's, creative, a little bit Pelosian, some people are saying, trying to trade there like an old-fashioned legislator. So, I felt like 5 months in, Johnson is really getting his legislative feet under him and really pushing, and sounds like an old-fashioned legislator here.
Well, we're 5 months into his speakership, and as these 5 months have progressed, Rick, the majority that he's dealing with has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller, and will get even more so on April 19th when Mike Gallagher, the current chair of the China Select Committee, retires early. So this speaks to the 1-vote margin he was talking about last night. And it also speaks to the idea that he can't afford to lose many votes if a motion to vacate vote actually was forced by Marjorie Taylor Greene. There wouldn't be that many people that would need to join her to kick him out of a job. It raises the question of whether she's just bluffing or if he's deciding he's just going to call it and hope Democrats step in.
Yeah, Kaylee, I mean, you called it right. I mean, here's a guy with basically a functioning one vote majority today, because Mike Gallagher isn't going to do him any favors in showing up when he wants him, even between now and the 19th. And then on top of that, you've got all these added conflicts within the caucus, including Marjorie Taylor Greene's sort of threat to depose the chair. Nobody wants a speaker's election between now and November. We've got enough problems in the House of Representatives not to go through the charade of trying to pick another leader at this point in time, especially with all the political pitfalls that fall in front. Jeannie's right. He is up to wanting to try and take a vote on Ukraine now. It's taken him a while. We've had that Senate bill passed for over a month now, and nobody in the House has acted upon it. And that is the prescription for getting something done. The idea that you're going to give a loan to the Ukraine so they can then give that money back to the United States industrial establishment to produce the guns and missiles that they need is crazy. The idea here is that we are funding our capacity to build here in this country, which is sorely needed, and we don't need Ukraine in the middle of that transaction. They default. Who's going to go back and get the money from the various weapons manufacturers in the United States? Sorry, it doesn't work. I love the idea of using repo to use Russian dollars to fund a war machine against them. The downside is you got to go get that money. It's in the form of assets in banks and luxury yachts and houses. When is that going to get done in time to continue the war, or in time to sort of build a Ukraine after the fact? So none of these ideas are particularly keen on anybody who really watches the Ukraine movement. But at least he's talking about a vote, and if there's a vote, there can be amendments, and if there are amendments, then you get a bill that could potentially work.
Yeah, Rick, to your point about seizing those frozen, or I guess assets that already have been seized, but then deploying them in Ukraine's favor, it's worth noting a lot of those billions of dollars in assets are not held or controlled by the U.S. A lot of that is Europe. So essentially what you're saying is that's a lot harder to actually make reality, even if the principle seems like it could work in theory.
That's right. These guys have kicked the can in the house. A lot of people losing their lives in Ukraine because of it. And they need to get really serious about this war. It's a particularly important war to Europe and to the United States. Ukraine's shedding the blood, and we need to shed some treasure. And together we can actually have an impact there. And I think the heat is going to go on the House of Representatives and Speaker Johnson when they return after a 2-week absence, where they are out talking to constituents rather than helping the people of the Ukraine. But look, I get it. The schedule's the schedule. It's the only thing that actually happens in Washington is vacation. And so the reality is here, he's going to come under intense scrutiny to get a bill passed, and a bill passed quick.
Well, we know that getting funding bills in particular passed has proven very difficult. It took us almost half of the entire fiscal year to get appropriation bills across the floor just last month. And as we're seeing pan out with Ukraine, supplemental requests don't necessarily move quickly either. But we're potentially going to see another coming from the White House in the billions of dollars, Jeannie, related to rebuilding the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. We got news from the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, just within the last hour that President Biden will be making a trip to Baltimore, visiting the location of the bridge collapse on Friday. When Congress returns, do you expect that they will deal with this in short order, or could we too see some politicking around emergency aid in this instance?
We always see politicking, so I wouldn't put that out. I would hope they take this up, upwards of $1 billion to respond to this. And I think, the thing too, you hope all members of Congress keep in mind is that unfortunately, almost all of their districts and states will be impacted by an emergency and need the support of emergency funds from the federal government. So they should be supportive of this one, because unfortunately it will be them next. So they will take this up. It is good the president is visiting. But again, with this Republican caucus and the 1 vote margin, it's awfully difficult to know if you see Johnson working with Democrats or Democrats helping get something like this over the line. Does it again cause him to be worried about his speakership? That is, the way in which he has had to operate for 5 months, and I don't suspect it's going to get any better after Easter break.
Well, Jeannie, counting on Democratic votes also raises the question if Democrats will vote for everything. We already discussed whether they'd get on board with some of these ideas around Ukraine, but also on Israel. We know that Democrats, specifically more progressive Democrats, have been resistant to the idea of continuing to provide funding for Israel without actual conditions around that aid, considering what we're seeing happening to Palestinian life in Gaza. On that note, we did just get some headlines out of the spokesman for the State Department, Matt Miller, who says that the virtual talk with Israel on the subject of Rafah, that southern Gaza city with more than 1 million Palestinians taking refuge there, is now underway at the White House. And the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is among those participants. Rick, just in our final minute here, do you expect much headway will be made in these talks today? Is Israel really listening to the U.S.? Even if they're deciding to hear them out, are they really hearing them?
Yeah, I think there's been progress made with Bibi's administration and the Israeli army over their conduct in Gaza, and they've hesitated on the full engagement in Rafah until at which point in time they could have these conversations with the United States. So I'm hopeful that they can change their tactics to the point where you still have an effective military response to clean out Hamas, but at the same time minimize civilian casualties. It's always a moving target, but we're hopeful that these conversations will produce that result.
And Jeannie, finally, are these conversations, knowing that the U.S. is changing their messaging toward Israel, President Biden being quite public about that, enough to actually change the mind of voters who might be reluctant to cast a vote for him in November because of his stance in being supportive of Israel?
You know, I haven't seen evidence of that on the ground. The protests have been, continual. They have been focused on the president and the administration and the Democrats. I think those will likely continue. And I think we may have the first presidential election in a while in which a foreign policy issue like this plays larger than usual. And the Biden team knows that, hence these conversations that they're having.
All right, Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis, our signature political panel, kicking us off on this Monday. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we want to get a check on world and national news elsewhere. Amy Morris has that in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. Senior U.S. and Israeli officials are meeting virtually today to discuss the Biden administration's alternative proposals to an Israeli military operation in Rafah. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, you may recall, called off a planned visit to Washington last week. Syrian state media says an Israeli airstrike has destroyed the consular section of Iran's embassy in Damascus, killing or wounding everyone inside, including Iran's military advisor, who previously led the Iranian elite Quds force in Lebanon and Syria. There was no official confirmation from Iran, and the Israeli military has not immediately commented. President Biden is expected to visit Baltimore this Friday. Meanwhile, the Department of Transportation is providing $60 million in immediate funding following last week's bridge collapse, the first part of billions of dollars in expected costs to rebuild the bridge and reopen the Port of Baltimore. Disgraced former attorney and convicted double murderer Alec Murdaugh was sentenced today in federal court to another 40 years for stealing from clients and his own law firm. He's already serving a life sentence without parole in a state prison for killing his wife and son. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index all in the red right now. Very close to session lows on the S&P right now. That index down 20 points at 52.34 for the S&P, a decline of 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 286 now, down 0.7%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 24, a decline of 0.1%. Solid U.S. factory data is reinforcing speculation that the Fed will be in no rush to cut rates. The 10-year, 4.32%. The 2-year right now, 4.70%. Spot gold up $8 the ounce to $22.37 for gold. That's an advance of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude is up 0.9%, 83.94 for a barrel of WTI. Shares of Donald Trump's social media business are plunging today, down now by roughly 24%. That business lost more than $58 million last year as revenue for the former president's Truth Social platform trickled in, contrasting sharply with the company's rocketing share price. Again, today, we've got shares of the company lower by just about 24%. The ticker, by the way, on that, DJT. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P now down 19, a decline right now of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. And once again, your host. Here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York. I am indeed Kaylee Lines, broadcasting live from Washington on Bloomberg Television and Radio. As Charlie mentioned, stocks are down and yields, boy, are they up. Up about 12 basis points on the 10-year right now, 432 rather, where we're trading on the back of some economic data, and the market's lowering the odds of a Fed cut in June. Swaps now pricing that at below 50% after we got strong ISM manufacturing data today. And on Friday, of course, we got the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, the PCE deflator. And we got comments from the chairman himself, Jerome Powell. Kate Davidson, who leads our Fed coverage here at Bloomberg, was working on Friday, even though a lot of us weren't, to cover all of that. And she's joining me now here in our Washington studio for more. So, Kate, there's a few different data points we could point to. On the one hand, you look at the ISM manufacturing today, and the fact that prices paid was up signals maybe the economy is still roaring and inflation pressures will stay as a result. On the other hand, that PCE figure came in as expected, a little cooler at 0.3. The chairman himself said it was in line with expectations. Which is likely to carry more weight? The data that suggests that things are cooling, or the data suggests that at least some things are still running hot?
Yeah, so I think that for Fed officials, they are still, squarely focused or primarily focused on the inflation data. They want to see that that is coming down. And I thought it was interesting last week we heard from Governor Chris Waller, who's someone that markets really pay attention to. And he made the point that he wanted to see at least a couple more months of better inflation data. And that just that one single word, better, was interesting because we had heard the Fed chairman say a couple of times over the last few months, we don't necessarily need to see better inflation data. We just need to see more of the same until we have more confidence that inflation is truly headed toward 2%. Obviously, January and February, they were not so great for at least on consumer prices. So I think the Fed officials now, maybe there's a little bit of a split. Maybe that's too strong a word, but there's different views here, right? Some of them want to see more cooling inflation. Some of them maybe are okay with seeing some strength in the economy as long as the inflation data continues to improve.
Well, but as we're talking about the strength in the economy, obviously we all understand that if inflation is moving down, theoretically the Fed would be thinking about maybe moving rates down as well. But why would you need to do that if you have manufacturing back in expansion territory for the first time since September 2022? We'll get a better read on the labor market on Friday, but by all indications, it's still hanging in there. Is this really an economy that needs policy to ease it all?
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the idea that Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari kind of floated the last time he spoke, is why do anything? I mean, there's certainly officials on the Federal Open Market Committee who are worried that as inflation does continue to fall, that policy is getting tighter, right? So even though rates are staying the same, there's sort of what they call this passive tightening, and that the longer you let that go on, even though you might not see the effects right away, all of a sudden we might see a sudden, a deterioration in the labor market. It's just hard to make the argument that that's happening right now, right? Especially for the reasons that you mentioned, with all the real economic activity that's been strong, but also just the number of jobs that continue to be added. I think Powell said on Friday the labor market is very, very strong. And so what that means for them in his mind is, look, we can afford to wait a little bit longer. We don't have to be worried that the economy is weakening, so we have to cut rates for that reason. We can just kind of sit here and make sure that we're really, really sure inflation is coming down.
Well, of course, we get that read on jobs coming up on Friday. Right now, the average estimate, according to economists surveyed by Bloomberg, is 205,000 on payrolls, while the unemployment rate is expected to tick back down to 3.8%. It, of course, was at 3.9% last month. All of this to say, Kate, essentially is what we're talking about here, a bar for a cut being significantly higher than the bar is for anything else.
I think, I think that that's right. If you look at, even if you just look, for example, at Fed officials, rate forecast that they submitted at their last meeting, it's pretty evenly split between 3 cuts and 2 cuts. And I think that's a little bit what the conversation is shifting to, not just when the first cut will happen, but how many times they're going to lower rates this year. Of course, the further out they get in the year, it would seem that would mean there's just less time if they want to do something like cut rates at every other meeting. They haven't really said, of course, what that might look like, but the calendar, the more time goes on the calendar, the window for this year is kind of shrinking. So I think it is fair to say for some of them, the bar has gone up. They're not thrilled by what they've seen with the inflation data so far this year. And right, they just don't feel any pressure based on what they're seeing in the economy to cut anytime soon.
Well, as we talk about the calendar going on, though, it raises the question of the pressures, not just from the actual economy, but also from politics as well. We're going to get closer and closer to an election, and where the Fed fund rate is in November is going to probably influence the minds of a voter as they get ready to cast their ballot. We know the Fed is politically independent, but they can't be entirely immune to at least the knowledge of the impact their decisions are going to make on the electorate.
They're very aware of the calendar. I think we can say that for sure. And it might not be an active part of the discussion in the room, right? They're going to make the decision independent of that, but they will have to deal with a lot more noise. There'll definitely be a lot more criticism, I think, potentially from both sides, depending on which way it shakes out and which way they decide to go. But yeah, that's just something that they just have to deal with.
Yeah, well, and Chairman Powell got a lot of questions at the last press conference about letters he receives from members of Congress. He essentially said, we deal with them respectfully, but also we have to stick to our knitting. So I guess there you have it. Kate Davidson, who covers the Fed, leads our Federal Reserve team here at Bloomberg. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, we know that when the Fed is looking at inflationary forces, they like to look at core. They X out food and they X out energy because those are more volatile inputs. But that's not to say that the American voter isn't very cognizant of energy prices, specifically prices at the pump, which right now on average, according to AAA, are at $3.53 a gallon, that continuing really the steady climb we have seen since the start of the year. So for more on gas prices and what exactly is happening, we are joined now by Patrick DeHaan. He is Gas Buddy's head of petroleum analysis. Patrick, great to have you back here on Bloomberg Television and Radio. When you look at really what has been just a consistent upward trajectory in prices at the pump, how much do you expect that will continue on further into 2024? When do we hit the peak?
Well, if history is a guide, we usually hit a peak anywhere in the next 4 to 8 weeks. Depends on refinery maintenance, but utilization numbers have been showing some improvement. That is, refineries finishing their seasonal maintenance, getting back online. Eventually, that will contribute to gasoline supplies going up, and that should help put downward pressure on the pump. But that could take a little while to get here, and there still could be some refinery issues that could prolong maintenance. But here and now, I think we're getting close to a top, but keep in mind the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast still have to make the final step over to summer gasoline. And with it, a jump of anywhere from 15 to 40 cents a gallon is going to be coming in those areas in the next few weeks.
Well, you talk about the Mid-Atlantic, Patrick, and specifically when we think about the Mid-Atlantic, things have perhaps changed over the last week in that the Port of Baltimore and a lot of flow around that area have been affected by the collapse of the Key Bridge. Do you expect that actually is going to have an impact on energy prices, or is that really just hyper-local?
Yeah, it certainly is hyper local. There are a few terminals in the Baltimore area, but gasoline is continuing to flow thanks to the Colonial Pipeline, which basically goes right through the backyard of where the bridge collapse occurred. Now, the Port of Baltimore being closed then for movements of things like ethanol and refined products, but it's not typically a big port when it comes to some of those. So thankfully, there is a pipeline here. Ethanol could be a little bit of a challenge, but with the Coast Guard and Army Corps of Engineers starting to move on potential reopening part of the port, I think that's very good news. But the bottom line here is that the Port of Baltimore is not going to have an impact on what we see nationally. Now, getting into some of those talks, obviously later this year, there have been some talks about hurricane season being busier than normal. It's going to be a big wild card going into August and September, just a couple of months before the election. If we do see a major hurricane, that could disrupt refineries and send gas prices temporarily higher.
And all of that, of course, is on the supply side, right? You have less supply, but the same amount of demand. That's what pushes prices upward. But it does raise the question around demand as well, Patrick. We know that there is a relationship between gas prices and consumer sentiment. They see higher prices. Consumers maybe feel not as good about the economy, or their inflation expectations move higher. But also, if they're feeling good about the economy and demanding more gasoline, spending more at the pump, or at least, continuing those activity, that also can drive prices higher. How do you think about that relationship when it comes to demand?
Well, I mean, as you mentioned, the Fed has a very interesting conversation about, when they start to lower interest rates. I think that could be a negative on gasoline demand. If Americans start to see some of the numbers improving, well, it may cause them to go out and say, well, hey, I've got this extra money. The cost of borrowing is improving, so maybe I'll take a trip, or maybe I'll fill the improvement in interest rates with some sort of increase in demand. So I think that is the risk here, is how quickly the economy starts to fire back up on even more cylinders if interest rates start to come down. But looking at things now, that's where the EV transition also comes into view. Now, the EV transition has been happening, but it's been slowing down, less Americans showing an appetite for ditching their internal combustion engine vehicles. But all in all, 2024 summer gasoline demand will be nowhere near what we saw in 2019 prior to the pandemic. There's still the additional flexibility of working from home, and still a lot of Americans who are feeling that gas prices as they drive to work, seeing those prices, are prohibiting them from going out on a summer road trip and traveling.
Well, you mentioned the EV question. Of course, it was just a few weeks ago that the EPA formally rolled out its new emission standards, looking out to 2032 here. But the idea is there's going to be a larger representation of hybrid, or at least all electric vehicles for climate related purposes. That has gotten a good deal of pushback from more conservatives here in Washington. Of course, all of it playing a factor probably in the election in November. Patrick, I know it's very hard and difficult to forecast these energy markets even a month out, let alone 7 months out. But come November, where do you think we will be in terms of prices at the pump? Do you expect they will be higher or lower than they are now?
I think there's going to be a lot of conspiracy theories. In fact, I'm seeing a lot of them now, but gas prices almost always, I can't think of a year as an exception, go down into the cooler months. And that's simply because Americans drive more in the summer. They drive less in the fall and winter, especially, those fall foliage tours or whatnot. I think after that, as we get into early November, there's less reason for Americans to be out on the road, barring Thanksgiving. But that is going to push gas prices lower starting in mid to late September. Again, hurricane season could be a major wild card, but I would forecast to see possibly tens of thousands of stations seeing prices back below $3 a gallon just in time for the election. And the two are not connected. This is simply gas prices go up in the spring and they fall in the fall.
Well, of course, we have seen a lot of connection between gas prices and potentially President Biden's approval rating when it comes to the economy. We have seen under the course of his administration him try to take action to fix that, including tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in order to keep a lid, if you will, on prices. Do you expect at any point over the next year that will be necessary again?
I can't think of any sort of action that would require the SPR. Although if you would have asked me, 5 months before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I wouldn't have thought it would have been necessary as well. But when you see oil prices suddenly jump $50 to $60 a barrel, this time because of Russia's invasion, that's really what the SPR, the definition of a strategic reserve is because there's a huge economic consequence to jolting gas prices up, which follow oil. So I think in this case, Americans obviously don't like high gas prices. What they don't like even more is when they suddenly jump 50 cents to 80 cents. So I don't think the administration is going to tap the SPR. I don't really see any action that would necessitate it. But having said that, there's still tensions in the Middle East that are flaring up, and that could become a destabilizing factor later this year.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot going on around the world to keep an eye on. Just in our final seconds here with you, Patrick, in terms of what's going on around the country, where's the most expensive place and then the cheapest place to buy gas right now?
Well, the most expensive, if you're headed into California, the average there back over $5 a gallon. Some stations, as you'll find on social media, closer to $7 in some areas of California. The average is $5. On the other side of that, going down to areas like Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Texas, you'll find some areas where most communities are still seeing gasoline below $3 a gallon.
All right, Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy, thank you so much, as always, for joining us here on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I don't know what gas prices are up in New York, where Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic are getting ready for Bloomberg Business Week, but I'm guessing it's probably less than...
We don't drive anywhere. It doesn't matter.
April Fools. No, just kidding.
Well. Oh, yeah, it's April Fools today. I forgot. But you got that congestion tax now, so
not
that too.
And not April Fools on that. So that's a big deal. Yeah. Hey, Kaylee, we're going to be talking a little bit about Fed policy, the jobs report. It feels like, Tim, right, in terms of interest rate policy, there's been another reset a little bit today.
Yeah, and speaking of gas prices, it's the laggard in the S&P 500 this year. Doesn't take any gas. We're talking Tesla. Got a great roundtable coming up on that.
So happy
All right,
April
looking
Fools.
forward to it. Happy April Fools. Tim Stenovic and Carol Masser will be up on Bloomberg Business Week in just a few moments. I'll see you back here at 5 p.m. Eastern Time for the late edition of Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on Bloomberg Radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Carol Masser, along with Tim Stenivek. And let's get to the setup on this Monday, April 1st. And stocks are lower, yields are up. This is the world's biggest bond market coming under pressure. Stocks, too, erasing gains, earlier gains. Some U.S. factory data, and that has certainly reinforced the speculation that the Fed maybe will be in no rush to cut interest rates. And then mid-Fed swaps pricing in what, Tim? Less than a 50% odds of a June rate cut. So, April Fools?
No. We got a great roundtable coming up. Talking about the Fed, talking about rates. We're going to get ready for more comments also from the Fed chair. And, of course, another jobs report already happening this Friday. And, Carol, it's the laggard in the S&P 500.
Yeah, but it wasn't last year. It did really, really well last year. We're going to get into what's up and maybe worrisome when it comes to Tesla. That is among our most read stories.
All right. Shares of Vita Coco soared last year. So, too, did the stock on recent earnings. We're going to check in with the co-founder and executive chair of the company.
All right, folks. First up, though, let's get a check on the day's trade and a look at some of your top stories. And back with us from his world travels is Charlie Powell. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I am back. And here's what's going on. Markets lower, no coincidence. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining right now. We've got the S&P falling 1752.36, a drop there of just about 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 270 now, a decline of 0.7%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is dropping by 14 points, down now by less than 0.1%. 10-year 4.32%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.70%. Spot gold right now up $8.50 the ounce to $22.38. That is an advance of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.7%. WTI 83.75 a barrel. United Airlines is asking pilots to take unpaid time off next month, blaming late deliveries of new aircraft from Boeing. A spokeswoman says the delays have reduced the number of hours United had planned that its pilots would fly this year, and the additional time off will reduce excess staffing as a result. UAL lower now by 0.3%. So again, recapping here, stocks lower, S&P down 17, drop there of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Hey, folks, we're going to stay with the markets for a moment. We do see, as Charlie just broke down, U.S. Treasury yields spiking, coming off some solid U.S. factory data this morning as U.S. manufacturing unexpectedly expanded for the first time since September of 2022. You had input costs climbing as well, Tim.
Yeah, as you just mentioned a moment ago, Fed swaps now pricing in less than a 50% odds of a rate cut happening in June. So for more on the current trade around rates and Fed actions and the economic data that's shaping it all and the data to come, we got a great roundtable.
We do. Let's get to it. Michael McKee in the house, Bloomberg News International Economics and Policies correspondent right here in our studio here in New York City, along with Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Rate Strategist Ira Jersey. Ira out there at Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Mike, before I look forward, I like to look backward, which is what we like to do.
Look in your rearview mirror before pulling out of your traffic.
All right, and behind me, I see Fed Chair Jay Powell on Friday and inflation data. Just remind all of us kind of what happened, how it played out.
Well, the inflation data, the PCE inflation data, which is what the Fed watches and targets, they target the headline PCE number, continued to fall, but it fell at a slower pace than it has been, significantly slower pace than it has been. And that's like the second, third month that we have seen that. So the Fed isn't convinced yet that they're going to get to 2% on the current path if they start cutting rates. So Jay Powell came out afterwards and basically said, we're going to be patient. We're going to wait. There's no hurry. The economy is growing fast. And then, as you were mentioning in the lead into the show, the numbers are suggesting that he's right on that.
Okay, so investors over the weekend getting their chance to kind of think about what we heard from Jay Powell, think about the data that we got to react to it. Today, also getting some more economic data points today. Ira, we're seeing yields up across the curve right now. The 10-year at 4.32, the 2-year at 4.70 right now. How is all this playing out across the curve?
curve's a little bit steeper, but it's actually flatter than it was before the ISM numbers. Because keep in mind, the market was closed on Friday, so when we got the data, plus we got Jay Powell speaking, the first time that the market had a chance to react was when it opened last night in Tokyo, and you immediately saw the market sell off a bit. So, and part of that, I think, was what Mike just mentioned with the slightly slower pace of inflation improvement, and at the same time, you had Jay Powell maybe walking back slightly some of his more dovish statements that he made just a couple of weeks ago. So the market had already been selling off pretty dramatically when we got those decent ISM numbers. And I think also, the fact is it's the first day of a quarter, and a lot of times people start to reposition things. They wanted to be maybe a little long the market and showing that they were long treasuries at the end of last quarter. Now, they can shed some of those today in order to get the risk maybe back in line to where they want to be, given the balance of risk going forward, such as the Fed on hold for even longer than the market was anticipating just a week ago.
I guess what I always like to do as we go from data point to data point, what the market's reacted. Mike, let me bring you back on this. I mean, we got those additional data points on U.S. manufacturing. I mean, what's interesting is I'm always trying to figure out, okay, so how has the macroeconomic picture in the U.S. changed at all, especially when I think about manufacturing? Like, everybody's so quick to remind us, right, that we're a service-led economy. So, help us out in terms of what changed, if anything, on this morning's data points and, I don't know, kind of where we are.
Well, the ISM numbers basically, if it's above 50 means expansion. If it's below 50 means contraction. I mean, it's not exactly 50 for each of those, but that's the way the market looks at it.
That's kind of what we really care, right?
Yeah, that's what you care about. And we have not had a positive above 50 number for manufacturing since September of 2022. So we've gone 18 months or something like that. Quick math off the top of my head. Without manufacturing showing expansion. And so this is a kind of a bigger change now. Tim Fiore, who runs the ISM Manufacturing Survey, had been saying he thought that the manufacturing had bottomed out and was going to start picking up again. And so that's what seems to be happening. If this holds another month, then it will help the economy overall. The one thing that played into the market backing up today is that prices paid also went up, and they went up a significant amount, 55.8 from 52.5. So there is evidence that there is something for the Fed to keep an eye on, if not be afraid of.
So is that prices paid figure, Mike, less Fed friendly than the ISM factory data that came out?
It's less Fed friendly. We don't know yet how it's going to translate.
Because both could be interpreted as like signs of a hot economy.
If the economy is strong and people are demanding more than is able to be supplied, you're going to have prices go up. But that's also a concern of the Fed, is how hot is the economy. Today, the Atlanta Fed GDP now was revised up to 2.8, almost 3% for the first quarter. From 2.3%. And so we're seeing strength reflected in the numbers now. Whether 2.8% holds throughout the month, we'll have to see, but it does suggest that there was a lot of strength in January and February.
This gets to, like, kind of, right, a lot coming at us, and you kind of have to figure out the things that matter. For traders and investors, Ira, for someone like you who watches the rates market, not every data point, I know we've talked about this with both you and Mike before, not every data point is equal. Sorry, data points, but that's just the way it goes. What are you kind of paying attention to this week? We have JOLTS, we have a lot of labor data this week leading up to the Friday jobs report. You have Jay Powell speaking as well. So what's kind of top of mind for you?
Yeah, so, well, this week it's all about the employment data going forward. That being said, I don't think you can underweight today's ISM number, because even though, like you mentioned, manufacturing isn't as large of a piece of the economy, it is the basis for a lot of jobs, and a lot of the services that we have in the country actually support the manufacturing base, right? So when you look at manufacturing, it tends to lead the rest of the economy. So the fact that you've had ISM new orders, for example, jump Trump, and you mentioned prices paid. Well, now prices paid at 56 doesn't really move the market a lot in terms of, or move the needle a lot in terms of PCE. You really need it over 60 to see an acceleration of inflation, but it does mean that inflation is probably not going to go down very much. But yeah, jobs wind up being key at this point, because one of the reasons why you have ISM manufacturing and why the services sector is so strong is just the fact that people have jobs and they have wage increases. So all of those things that feed into that, whether it's the JOLTS data, the jobless claims data on Thursday, or all of the employment situation data that we get on Friday, all of those will be key. The market, the bond market in particular, the payrolls report is still by far the single most important report, and where you get the most volatility in the markets. And that only shifted for about 3 months back in 2022 when inflation took the top spot. Otherwise, it's all about payrolls all the time for the bond market.
Okay, so Ira, 205 is what the economists surveyed by Bloomberg at least expect for right now. Last month was 275,000. Of course, we'll get some revisions also on Friday. Talk to me about the way you're thinking about this report that we're getting on Friday.
Yeah, so I'm not so worried about whether it's 150 or 250. It's more what is an aggregate, taken in totality, everything. So let's say we get 150,000 print, but hourly wages go up by 4 or 5 tenths. Well, that's actually a good number, because that means everyone who's employed, again, on average, is making a lot more money, and that puts more money in people's pockets, and that will mean probably more volatility for the market. That probably means we price out maybe completely that June rate cut that's still partially priced into the market right now, and we wind up probably moving that out to July, at least temporarily. So, each of these data points that we get, particularly the data points we get in April and May, will really determine, obviously what's going to happen in June, because we don't get a whole lot of May data before the June meeting, which is very early this month because of the Juneteenth holiday. It will be June 12th, and that means that you get CPI and payrolls. That's the only May numbers you're really going to see before we get that number.
I was laughing when Ira was saying this is good news for everybody if wages are going up. I can hear realtors screaming in the background going, good news for everybody? Because, of course, if the Fed's not lowering interest rates, mortgage rates aren't going down, and realtors are having a tougher time. That's the one issue with the economy going forward, and it's part of this whole question about how does the economy work these days? Because automobiles and houses are the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy, and they've been the most affected by the Fed raising interest rates, and the rest of the economy has just gone on. And you look at what Jay Powell said on Friday, this doesn't look like an economy that is suffering from higher rates.
I don't know, Mike. You get a lot of questions to the Fed chair about policy when it comes to what's going on with new home construction in this country, and he doesn't make policy recommendations. That's not his job. That's not part of the dual mandate. But it does raise the question and raise the conversation about what needs to be done to make housing more affordable in this country.
Well, there's a whole lot of problems that come together for housing. One of the biggest is zoning. You'll hear urban planners talk about the fact that there's just not enough places to build higher density housing like we need, and you just don't want to keep sprawling farther and farther away so people have an hour drive to get to work. But the Fed is a part of it in the sense that they control interest rates, and interest rates are a big reason why people make a decision on whether to buy or which house to buy. But it's going to be interesting to see the effects of this settlement with the National Association of Realtors. So now they don't have the automatic commission. But housing has many problems, but the Fed does have something to do with it.
Hey, Ira, is it fair to say, and we could bring, Mike, your thoughts on this too, that are we ruling out completely, are any clues within the trade ruling out the idea of a recession or a slowdown at all? I mean, when Mike talks about the GDP now numbers from the Atlanta Fed, I mean, it just feels like the hits keep on coming, which certainly gives the Fed breathing room, but I just do wonder, doesn't every cycle have an end?
Well, every cycle will have an end. The question, I think that the market certainly suggesting is that the Fed just not going to go as soon as they thought, right? But the yield curve is still inverted. We're still pricing for interest rate cuts by year end and through 2025. But just the start of when they're going to be, and then the pace of them has slowed very significantly over the past couple of months. But yeah, I mean, a recession isn't imminent. I think that the preponderance of the data that you look at does suggest that. I mean, it's not dissimilar in many ways to what occurred in 2015, for example, where you had the energy sector was clearly in recession, but the rest of the economy was still growing pretty strongly overall. So maybe we're going to bounce back, and we might not have a recession for another year or 18 months, right? That's a complete possibility. That's not our forecast, but that is certainly a risk out there, and the bond market has to winds up pricing all of these risks. Keep in mind, we didn't have any. The rates market was not pricing for any chance of an interest rate hike at all this year, and then suddenly within the last month, we're starting to price for about a 10% chance of a rate hike,
right?
Which was not priced into the market at all just in mid-February.
Yeah, it does feel like all of a sudden things are changed. We're going to talk with Torsten Slok over at Apollo in the next hour, who has definitely come out and said, we don't think there's going to be any rate cuts this year. Having said that, Mike, is there something about, because we're coming off the pandemic, that somehow that impacted? I understand the drop in the economy shut down, got it, and then we bounced back with all the stimulus. But is there something because of that, it wasn't your typical downturn, that changes whether or not we need to have a recession sooner rather than later here?
Yeah, well, there was no reason for a recession except the pandemic, in the sense that we didn't want to be sitting next to each other at that point. There was no imbalance.
I was okay if you were like a little bit away, but
yeah, notice how I moved. A few months ago, I moved.
Carol went to the other side of the river to get away from us.
Love you all.
But there wasn't imbalances as we've seen in previous recessions, and there wasn't a banking issue as we've seen in previous recessions. So there wasn't necessarily a reason for that recession, and it was only a month or two long. So it's sort of its own unique category. But coming out of it, we've seen a lot of changes in the labor force, for example, with all the senior citizens or people who were older and maybe close to retirement who might have worked a few more years, went ahead and retired, and that lowered the labor force. And now you've got a much higher level of immigration coming in that's raising the labor force again. And all these things don't fit into the models neatly like they used to.
Hey, Mike, real quick. Carol asked about post-pandemic. You answered a little bit, but it got me thinking about, when you talk about permanent shifts, this idea of a return to normalcy, we're not going to necessarily see that. What's a permanent shift that you could say we've had since the pandemic?
Well, I think the permanent shift is to a different kind of labor force, a smaller labor force that doesn't run out. It's sort of like an ongoing faucet. Nothing is permanent, but this is going to last for a while, it appears, and it's been lasting for a while. So I think that's one thing to look at. And obviously, the price level has gone up, which is not going to change. And to come back to where we started, as Powell noted, the economy doesn't seem to be suffering. So when you start to lower interest rates, how far do you go? You don't have to go very far.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Hey, 20 seconds save for you, Ira. Anything that you're watching out for Jay Powell this week, who will be speaking, just quickly?
I can't imagine he's going to say anything much different than he said at the meeting just 2 weeks ago. But obviously we'll parse every single word like we always do. Look at the Fed speak models and determine is he incrementally more hawkish or dovish than he was during the last couple of speeches.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that he takes those notes from the last FOMC and just says, okay, I'm going to just work off them again. All right, guys, thank you so much. Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent here at Bloomberg, and of course Ira Jersey, chief U.S. rate strategist over at Bloomberg Intelligence. Hey, coming up, we're taking a look at Tesla.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at a down Monday, back to work Monday. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all in the red. 17-point drop right now on the S&P, decline there of 0.3%. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by 265, down now by 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 16, a drop there of 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.32%, with the 2-year right now yielding 4.70%. Spot gold higher by 0.5%, up $11 the ounce. Gold right now $22.40 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 0.8%, 83.83 right now for a barrel of WTI. UPS will become the primary air cargo provider for the U.S. Postal Service. The Atlanta-based shipping giant says it has received an air cargo contract from the U.S. Postal Service that significantly expands an existing partnership between the two. Shares of UPS, they're down 0.4%, while rival FedEx is dropping by 3.1%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 15, drop there of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Another name on our radar on this Monday, Tesla. Last year, it was the top performer in the S&P 500. This year, it is the worst performer. It was a top performer, I should say, last year, not the, but nonetheless did really well last year. This year, it's the worst performer so far in 2024. Shares are trading down just about 1.7% here, as Wall Street is worried about a key metric for the company, and as the company hikes prices in one key market, and as another price increase in another key market takes effect. So, Tim, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, with more on Tesla, all things Tesla, back with us, one of the co-hosts of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg TV, Ed Ludlow. He's not on the West Coast today. He's here in our Bloomberg studio. Ed.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, before we talk big picture Tesla, I think we got to just address the elephant in the room
Oh,
here,
sure. What's that?
which is that you now have a different view of Tesla, or perhaps a more nuanced view of Tesla, thanks to a recent lease.
So last week on Thursday, I picked up a Tesla Model Y. I was one of the people to take the deal, and I leased it. And I leased it because my wife and I needed a new car. Our existing lease is up for renewal, and I had tried in 2020 to get a Model Y, but it was too expensive. I couldn't afford it. And you'll remember, because of the chip crisis, it was a 6 to 8 month wait. And this time, you know, there was just heavy incentive, the full federal tax credit. Tesla's own incentives were about $7,000, and they threw in 5,000 miles of charging. So I think anyone would be foolish to have passed that up if they were in the market for EV.
So the pros and cons of buying a fully electric vehicle versus an ICE vehicle. What was the tipping point for you?
It was the lease price. So I decided to lease because of the cash flow. Basically, you know, it's basically $300 a month, which is very competitive, you know, in the leasing landscape, even against
cheaper than parking in New
Wait,
York.
$300 a month?
For the lease, yes.
Wow.
Now, you have to put some money down up front, but when you take into account the economics of charging, either at Supercharger or at home, it's significantly less. If to fill up my gas car was about $80, to fully charge the Tesla is about $10. So, you know, it's very interesting.
Did you definitely want to do an EV?
Yes, I definitely did.
So you were looking at the EV market
not just because
widely.
EVs are cool, or because, you know, I am a journalist, I cover Tesla for what it's worth. I do not have Tesla shares or stock, but I wanted an EV because the economics in my mind made sense.
But it didn't have to be a Tesla EV. You were looking more broadly.
And I put this in a post on X. We looked at all kinds of EVs that were eligible and not eligible for the federal tax credit, the lease price. You know, buying or financing was not an option. Why? Because rates are really high right now.
Right.
So anyway, I did that last week, and the story, big picture with Tesla, is they always do heavy discounts and incentives the final few days of a quarter. Why? So that they can sprint finish and boost those numbers.
This is where
deliveries.
being a journalist that covers Tesla is helpful, right? Because you kind of know the cycles within the company. All right, broaden out. So that's your story. Broaden out, though, for the company overall, because the stock's under some pressure on concerns about the delivery numbers.
We're worried about this quarter. So the average estimate of all the analysts that Bloomberg tracks say that Tesla will deliver around 449,000 vehicles. That would represent a sequential decline of from the end of 2024, the fourth quarter to 2023 to the first quarter of 2024. The number you really want to look at is whether it's above or below 422,000. Why? Because that's the number of EVs they delivered in the first quarter of 2023 a year ago.
Okay.
And it's been a long time since Tesla's registered year-on-year sales declines. That would be pretty bad. But it also speaks to where Tesla's at in its evolution as a company and where the market for EVs
the EV
is.
market is.
Yeah.
Well, what's a bigger story? Is the bigger story the EV market or specific to Tesla?
It depends on your point of view. If you're a Tesla shareholder, you're hoping that Tesla exceeds expectations and does really well. Tesla and Elon Musk talk about being between two waves. Their big boom was built on first Model 3 and Model Y. But there is an argument that all of the people that were in the market for an approximately $40,000 to $50,000 EV have been and gone. You know that the future is this next-gen EV from Tesla that's $25,000, but that's a year at least away, if not more. You know, $25,000 price point would unlock, particularly in North America, a big addressable market for them. But they're kind of caught in limbo between the two.
Well, speaking of a $25,000 or much less, go to China, right, where there are definitely EV makers who are offering up some very inexpensive options here. The other story that's certainly out there on the Bloomberg is about what's going on in Tesla China. Specifically, they did price hikes.
Yeah, and they did it in the US as well.
And they went into effect.
That's actually really important. So Tesla offered a lot of incentives at the end of the quarter. In my case, they offered free supercharging, but a heavy discount on the lease price. But they have said for many weeks that they were always going to raise prices on April 1st. The timing's interesting because, as you know, some of the domestic players are doubling down and continuing to cut prices.
Right.
And it's much more aggressive in China. But it goes back to your question about is this a Tesla story or a bigger story about EVs? One thing that North America does not have is the same options that the Chinese market has. There are more companies offering all kinds of types of EV. Here, we only have a few, let's be honest, and many of those aren't even eligible for federal incentives.
So why would he raise prices in China?
Well, because it's his blanket policy globally. They said, look, at the end of the first quarter, everything is pretty discounted.
It's everywhere.
Yeah.
But is that about signaling to the market that the price hikes are done, so don't wait any longer to buy a Tesla?
I think, well, gosh, I've learned never to try and guess what an Elon Musk-led company will or won't do. What I would say is that, to their credit, Tesla's been relatively consistent on using prices as a lever. In other words, they've raised prices as often as they've cut them and vice versa. Whereas if you think about what happened when Tesla first started cutting prices, everyone had to catch up. So Ford and GM started cutting prices, but Tesla was leading the market, so they could raise them back up again.
It's actually an interesting strategy. If you think about it, it's like a share price. Like, all right, do I think it's going to go up?
Right,
do I think it's going to go down? And he keeps kind of keeping you on your toes in terms of what might come next, right?
Yeah,
it feels that way a little bit.
The wild card last quarter in North America was what Dana and I reported on, which was if you order a new Tesla now, Elon Musk is ordering all staff to give you a demo of the full self-driving technology.
What is that about? Yeah,
I think it's the idea that, do you guys know take rate, the word take rate?
Yeah.
That many people, if they're demoed, they're offered full self-driving, they usually don't follow through with it. So if you actually show them before you hand over the keys, so to speak, they might actually go through and buy it.
Remind us, $12,000, $13,000?
It's $12,000 or $199 a month is a subscription. And what's interesting, when I picked up my Model Y, I wasn't demoed it. They just handed over the key card, so to speak, and off I went.
So you don't have full self-driving?
No,
you could have gotten it if you wanted to.
Yeah,
But is it ready for prime time?
I, as a consumer, not as a journalist, I think I would be okay with using it, but I just decided I didn't need it. I quite enjoy the experience of driving the Tesla, so I'd rather do it myself.
But is it a risky strategy going back to China when there are so many other EV makers, or does Tesla put itself in kind of like a cachet area and saying this is kind of the upscale EV? I don't know.
So the average selling price, the ASP of both Model Y and Model 3 is relatively low right now in China, as it is here, relative to its historic price. You know, basically Model Y was more expensive a year ago, if you put it in really simple terms. So Tesla's kind of found its market. It's the kind of American brand, name recognition, tech-leading, premium EV. It's not a mass market EV. China offers all. You find that, like, historically Mercedes has done really well there. Why? It's a status symbol to drive a Mercedes, and that's extended to battery electric. They also sell budget, super cheap, no-frills EVs, and there's a market for that in China too. Tesla sits in the middle, and the question is, what's left in that market to buy?
Hey, Ed, I want to go back to something that you mentioned a few minutes ago. It was this idea of a $25,000 Tesla.
Yeah.
We talked to Dana about this on Thursday, and it's this idea of an unboxed approach, a sort of modular approach
Like
to
Legos.
building a vehicle, like Legos, but also not at all like what Henry Ford developed for the assembly line. Is there a chance that Tesla can actually pull this off?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a revolutionary approach to building a car.
It is, and it was explained in that now infamous PowerPoint presentation. But this is a classic Elon playbook. And actually, we should stop talking about Elon. There are many talented, capable people at the helm of Tesla who do this, where you focus on shaving pennies or cents off each individual component. Remember when the Model 3 was first brought into production, it was made of many different metal panels, and somebody in Tesla, maybe it was Elon, decided this is so dumb. Why are we doing all these different welds and nuts and screws with individual panels? Why don't we just stamp one big piece of metal, dramatically altering the cost of production and the end product? And what Dana writes about in that brilliant piece from the 28th is exactly that. They go to each individual component, simplify how each component's built, vertical integration and all this stuff, and the net result is a much cheaper car. You have to engineer your way to 25,000.
Like if you change the model, right? Essentially, the financial picture of that model can change dramatically, and that's what he seems to kind of tick away at.
Yeah, the problem is that, we talk about it as journalists that are interested, or as a Tesla owner, or as a consumer. The investors are the ones with little patience, and so that will be a good test of patience, like whether this thing they're promising us comes as quick as they say.
Right, and as we said, the stock has been under a lot of pressure this year. It's down, let me just pull it up here, down about 30% so far in 2024. So nice to have you on this coast for a while, so thank you so much. We'll try and maybe grab you again later in the week. Co-host of Bloomberg Technology, as you know, on Bloomberg Television, Ed Ludlow, joining us here in our studio.
Hey, coming up, we're speaking with the co-founder and executive chair of the Vita Coco Company, all about the path forward for coconut water and the company. Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 Newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
All right, thank you, Tim. Senior U.S. and Israeli officials are meeting virtually today to discuss the Biden administration's alternative proposals to an Israeli military operation in Rafah. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called off a planned visit to Washington last week by a senior Israeli delegation after the U.S. allowed passage of a ceasefire resolution at the UN Security Council. Officials are opening alternate channels now in the port of Baltimore. The two auxiliary channels will be used by response vessels, commercially essential ships, and those participating in salvage efforts. Coast Guard Captain David O'Connell tells CBS that there's more work to do.
On the south side of the channel, we've identified an area that we think will give us around 14 feet of draft, between 13 and 14 feet of draft, depending on the tide. Right now, there is a pre-existing obstruction there. We're working with salvors to pull that out of the water.
Coast Guard Captain David O'Connell says they need to get a better idea of how deep the main channel is as they work on creating alternate channels. And Alec Murdaugh has been sentenced to 40 years in federal prison for stealing from his clients and his law firm. The 55-year-old disbarred attorney is already serving a life sentence without parole in a state prison for killing his wife and son. Federal prosecutors say Murdaugh failed a lie detector test that he had to take. It was all part of his plea agreement. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all lower. NASDAQ little change. The NASDAQ 100 index has just turned higher, up now by 16 points, up less than 0.1%. The S&P, though, down 14, decline there of 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 264, lower by 0.7%. S&P down 0.3, and again, NASDAQ unchanged on the day now, down by just about half a point. The 10-year's yielding 4.32% with a 2-year at 4.70%. Spot gold up $10 the ounce to $22.39, up 0.5%. While West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 0.8%, 83.82 right now for a barrel of WTI. Donald Trump's social media business lost more than $58 million last year as revenue for the former president's Truth Social platform trickled in, contrasting sharply with the company's rocketing share price. Today, Trump Media and Technology Group shares are down by 21.2%. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P down 14, down 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, Vita Coco is one of the top players in the coconut water market. It's a space that's been shared by some brands that you definitely know of, PepsiCo and the Coca-Cola Company and a few others, Tim. And North America has definitely been a dominant market for this drink specifically.
Yeah, in the U.S. alone, the coconut water market size is projected to surpass $18.5 billion by 2031, growing at a compound annual growth rate of nearly 19%. With a look at the market and more, let's get to the interview with Mike Kerbin, co-founder and executive chair at the Vita Coco Company, joining us from New York City. Mike, good to have you with us this afternoon. Earnings came out late February, reported net sales for the fourth quarter that beat the average analyst estimate, the stock soaring nearly 15% on that news. I do want to take a step back and talk big picture here about the marketplace, growth, consumer demand. Where are you seeing demand right now in the category?
Yeah, thanks for having me. So coconut water is the fastest growing category in the beverage aisle today. 20 years after we started building this category from scratch. It is one of the largest beverage categories across the tropical world. And now over the last 20 years, we've been building it in North America and Western Europe. And we're seeing coconut water become a household staple across these markets. And we think that as we continue to grow and continue to educate consumers on the benefits and usage occasions for coconut water, we think it will continue to become a household staple in both North America and Western Europe and all the other markets where we're continuing to build our business.
Hey, North America, as we talked about, has been a dominant market for the drink. Talk to us a little bit about if that's kind of where you see the continued growth or how you find and tap into other markets, where you see future growth in particular. And who do you see as your kind of typical buyer, if there is one?
Yeah, so North America continues to be our largest market and continues to grow incredibly fast. Today, we're in 1 in 10 households in the United States. If you think about other similar type of categories, Ocean Spray is a brand that I like to reference quite a bit. Cranberry juice, Ocean Spray is in 4 in 10 households across North America. So, this is something, as we think about coconut water, which has all these incredible usage occasions. It's incredibly hydrating, drink as a sport drink for replenishment, but it's also amazing in a cocktail and it's amazing in a smoothie in the morning. So it has all these incredible occasions for usage. And we think that as we continue to grow, more and more households will continue to come into the category.
Curious about the cost side of the equation here and specifically where the ingredients come from. Where do the coconuts that you guys use come from?
So I actually just got back yesterday from Sri Lanka. We manufacture quite a bit in Southeast Asia, Sri Lanka, Philippines, Thailand, and also Brazil is also a large center for our production.
Any problems that you guys have seen with kind of some of the challenges or wars, I should say, around the world? Is that impacting you guys at all?
We saw, freight costs increased a little bit with the issues around the Suez Canal, but that's been moderating, and we've been able to, continue to, withstand that and grow our margins, and we don't see that as a major issue for us moving forward.
The animal rights organization PETA has raised issues about monkeys being forced to harvest coconuts in some parts of the world. Has that been something that you've experienced at all when you've been traveling
No.
and you've been sourcing these?
I've never seen a monkey pick a coconut. This is something that does happen in Thailand in a tourist attraction, but is not something that is used in typical coconut farming techniques. We cracked over 1 billion coconuts last year to produce our coconut water, and none of them were picked by monkeys.
But how do you ensure, Mike, and we certainly have from just reporting in the business world and financial world, that when you get into emerging economies, sometimes oversight is not always what it needs to be. How do you ensure that everything that goes into a Vita Coco drink, that it is done in a sustainable and caring way and fair way?
Yeah, it's one of the most important parts of our business, actually. Over the last many years, we've built through the Vita Coco project. We've done incredible things on the ground. In the Philippines, for example, we've built over 40 schools. We're educating farmers specifically on new techniques and bringing them new types of coconut trees to improve their yield and increase their income. So we do a lot of work on the ground. We also do social audits of all of our facilities, making sure that everything is done in the best way possible. And I think this is one of the beauties of the business, is we've been able to create this business off of what historically was a byproduct of the coconut manufacturing business. The water has always been a byproduct. We've been able to help upcycle that byproduct, give these markets, these farmers an avenue to sell the product, and at the same time put programs together to continue to develop help develop these economies. So that's been one of the most rewarding things for me.
Mike, how have you been able to innovate in the production of this? I'm curious about ways that over the last 2 decades that you've been able to experiment with cutting costs. Are there ways to make this a concentrated product and then add water to it once it's at its final destination? Are there ways to create a fountain drink out of this? Talk to me about innovation here.
Yeah, so as we think about cost, it's scale. Right. So coconut water, like I mentioned, was historically a byproduct. It's about the actual packaging and process of packaging that is costly. But over time, the more scale we get, the more we're able to leverage that scale and bring down costs. As we think about innovations and so on, we're really focused these days on more sizes, more pack types, more flavors, and expanding shelf space. I brought up Ocean Spray earlier. When you think about it, we built this business over the last 20 years selling single-serve individual, Vita Cocos on the shelf. We would have 2, 3, 4, 5 facings at a grocery store. Today, over the last couple of years, we've been introducing new pack types and new formats with 12 packs and 4 packs and 6 packs and 1 liters and multi-packs of 1 liters. We're starting to build out that billboard on shelf. And if you think about that compared to Ocean Spray, which has 4 times the shelf space we have, that's kind of something that we're working towards, is continuing to create this billboard at retail for consumers to see coconut water as they're walking down the aisle.
Hey, Mike, for someone who's been doing this for 20 years, started back in 2004, as you continue your build out and look to do, more growth in the North American market and elsewhere, I'm just curious, do you plan to continue to do it alone? You're a publicly held company, I get it, but I'm sure you've had people knocking on your door. Is there a plan? At one point, Coca-Cola owned a brand, then obviously it was sold back to its creator. But I'm just curious: is there any plans, or are you open? Is there a partner or a price that would make sense for your brand to get together with someone else?
I mean, we have a great partnership with Keurig Dr. Pepper. They're our largest distributor in North America, and they're a small shareholder, but they're really a great distribution partner. So we feel we've got the right partnerships and resources, and we generate a lot of cash, and we feel we're in a really good position to continue to invest in growth, and that is our main priority today.
So is that a no?
Yeah, for now it's a no. It's we could grow this business significantly with the setup that we currently have.
Well, really cool stuff, and look forward to talking with you again as you guys continue on that growth path. Mike, thank you so much. Mike Kerben, he's co-founder, executive chair of the Vita Coco Company, joining us right here on Bloomberg Business Week. What?
I was an early adopter of coconut water, like back in the day. I've been on the coconut water train.
How many
for years.
different flavors do you have?
I just like the regular one.
The regular one. All right, coming up, we're going to get into one more thing, folks. That's next.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Nippon Steel has made what it calls a formal commitment on spending and jobs to the United Steelworkers Union, backing up a pledge made earlier in a meeting as the Japanese steelmaker looks to build support for its $14.1 billion acquisition of U.S. Steel Corp. Sources tell Bloomberg Nippon Steel delivered the proposed bilateral agreement last week in a letter sent to Senators Bob Casey and John Fetterman. Both are Pennsylvania Democrats who have opposed the purchase. U.S. Steel up 2.2%. ADRs of Nippon Steel, they are trading lower now. We've got Nippon Steel lower today by just about 5%. UPS will become the primary air cargo provider for the United States Postal Service. The Atlanta-based shipping company says it did receive an air cargo contract from the U.S. Postal Service that is significantly expanding an existing partnership between the two. UPS will move the majority of air cargo in the U.S. for the Postal Service following a transition period, according to UPS. UPS today down 0.7%. Rival FedEx, that stock lower now by 3.3%. The private prison operator Geo Group is tapping the debt market, including selling a $400 million leverage loan in a refinancing move that follows in the footsteps of a competitor who did just the same weeks ago. Private prison operators like Geo Group have had a hard time accessing capital markets in recent years as investors shun the business due to environmental, social, and governance concerns. Shares of Geo Group, they're up by 1.4%. Tesla could be heading for a gloomy milestone as waning demand for EVs and elevated interest rates take a toll on sales. We will be getting those Tesla sales numbers tomorrow. Those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week on this Monday afternoon. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. For that, we go to Washington, D.C. and check in with Amy Morris. Hey, Amy.
Hello, Tim. Senior U.S. and Israeli officials are meeting virtually today to discuss the Biden administration's alternative proposals to an Israeli military operation in Rafah. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his military is preparing to move 1 million civilians out of Rafah and then attack the remaining Hamas forces. Former senior U.S. intelligence official Norman Rule tells Bloomberg the tent cities that house many Palestinians are not Israeli targets.
They need to focus on the inner city where the tunnels are located and Hamas leadership in the remaining 4 battalions are located. The challenge, of course, is that Hamas's primary defense is to fight from behind civilians because civilian casualties produce international political pressure that restrains Israel.
Rule and the Biden administration agree that Hamas must not be allowed to regain control of Gaza while insisting civilian casualties be avoided. President Biden is expected to visit Baltimore on Friday, and the Department of Transportation is providing $60 million in immediate funding after last week's bridge collapse. This is just the start of billions of dollars to rebuild the bridge and reopen the Port of Baltimore. Disgraced former attorney and convicted double murderer Alec Murdaugh was sentenced today in federal court, another 40 years for stealing from clients in his law firm. The 55-year-old disbarred attorney is already serving a life sentence without parole in a state prison for killing his wife and son. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg. Tim and Carol.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic here, getting ready to wrap up on this hour of Bloomberg Business Week. But before we go, one more thing has to do with United Air. It has a request for its pilots.
Yeah, it's another story that has to do with everything that's been happening at Boeing and Boeing's customers, the airlines. United, in this case, according to our own Mary Schlangenstein, has asked pilots to take unpaid leave off next month. Unpaid leave, a staffing cutback that could expand into late 2024. This is all about United grappling with those delayed deliveries coming from Boeing.
Yeah, those delays have reduced the number of hours United had planned that its pilots would fly this year, and the additional time off will reduce excess staffing as a result. A spokeswoman for United coming out earlier today. The company, though, didn't specify how many hours would be cut, but the leave program could also be extended into the summer and potentially the fall. CNBC out with that earlier today. But if you think about that, the summer, right, such an important travel season, certainly for tourists. Yeah.
Well, look, it shows that
it's just going.
we talk about this, the Airbus-Boeing duopoly, but it's bigger than that, because if you're a company that uses a certain type of plane on certain routes, or has certain mechanics placed in certain places, or certain pilots trained on certain equipment, it's not as easy as switching from one plane to another. Not to mention, Carol, that a lot of the A320s are sold out from Airbus through the end of this decade.
Check out my inventory. What would you like?
There is no inventory. These orders are placed many years ahead of time.
Yeah, it's been a difficult year to say the least, and the Boeing story is still continuing to be written for 2024, as we know. Certainly a big story in the last week or so, with the company's CEO planning to retire by the end of the year, Dave Calhoun. We've talked about this a lot, but they got to figure out what's kind of at the core of the problems at Boeing.
Yeah, and who's going to take over for that company, too?
Yeah, exactly, right? So a lot to come. Boeing shares, by the way, they were up as much as 1.8% in today's session earlier, but just right now down about 0.4%, so a little bit lower. All right, that's going to do it for this first hour of Bloomberg Business Week with Tim and me. Coming up for those who are watching on TV, the close is up next. And in the next couple of hours, we're going to get into a few things, and that includes Torsten Slok's going to be with us.
Yeah, we'll see what he's thinking when it comes to the Fed not cutting rates this year, because that's what he said a month ago.
You think he's changed his tune?
I think he's gotten more evidence to back up his tune.
Exactly. We're also going to get to the stock picker using AI to pick stocks and manage his portfolio. All right, folks, you are listening and watching Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just 1 hour away from the closing bell on this Monday, April Fool's. How come we even played around here, Tim?
Oh, it's April Fool's? That was April Fool's.
It is.
Yeah.
It's April Fool's.
I'm so done. I'm done with April Fool's.
We're kind of tired. Long weekend, love it. Hope everybody had a good and safe holiday. But, man, coming back after 3 days. And then we actually had some nice weather, so I think it was like,
yeah, spring.
Stretching out.
You think spring is sprung, and then you get a week of rain in New York.
Oh yeah, gotta go back to work.
That's just the way. That's just the way
right.
it happens. Hey, we talked about this a few minutes ago. A month ago, he came out with a note that said the Fed will not cut this year, and we'll see rates higher for longer. Now, more people seem to be coming around to his view. Apollo's Torsten Slok is back with us, and we'll be speaking with him in just a minute.
Kind of can't wait to get to him, and he will be with us in just a few minutes. Also, we're going to get to the stock picker using AI to pick stocks and manage his portfolio. So curious to see what his metrics are and how he's doing it. Is it like, hey, ChatGPT, what should I buy?
We tried to do that at Bloomberg News. It didn't work very well. Also, we're joined by the CEO of a publicly traded company working on ways to improve fertility treatments. They had a recent clinical trial, and they'll share the results with us.
And before it's gone, a new book that covers stories from the front lines of climate change. Kind of it sounds like a reality check, reminding us exactly what's going on when it comes to our environment.
All that and more over the next 2 hours. Let's get a check of the day's trade, though, in top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim and Carol. Lower across the board right now, final hour of trading, 59 minutes to go. We've got the S&P, NASDAQ, and the Dow all in the red. Here's where we stand right now, a 17-point drop on the S&P, down now by about 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 284, decline there of 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 16, a drop right now of 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.32% with a 2-year 4.71%. The price of gold, spot gold up $9.80 the ounce to $22.39, a gain there of 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 83.86 a barrel on WTI. Wall Street is looking ahead to Friday's jobs report. Veronica Clark is economist at Citigroup Global Markets, and on Bloomberg Intelligence this morning, she told us she sees 5 rate cuts this year because of weakness in the economy.
The unemployment rate has gone from 3.4 to 3.9. That early, what you would expect to see 6 to 9 months before a recession, that early, tick up in the unemployment rate, and a lot of that has been permanent job loss. It's not because of a big increase in labor supply. It's not a good increase in the unemployment rate. Hiring rates, which have slowed down. Of course, payrolls are still strong, and initial jobless claims are still low, but it does look like demand for labor is a lot less than it used to be.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Intelligence Podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. United Airlines is asking asking pilots to take unpaid time off next month, blaming late deliveries of new aircraft from Boeing. The spokesperson says those delays have reduced the number of hours United had planned that its pilots would fly this year, and the additional time off will reduce excess staffing as a result. UAL down now by 0.3%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 17, down 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Well, as we just heard from Charlie, stocks erasing earlier gains today. The S&P 500 down about 0.3%. Bonds also under pressure. This after solid U.S. factory data reinforced speculation that the Fed will be in no rush to cut interest rates. For more on the markets, we got Jess Menton, Deputy Team Leader for U.S. Equities, here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Jess, what sticks out to you?
Do you have a brother, Jeff?
About today's trade?
Just some two older sisters. No, it's fine. We'll go straight in there. No worries.
All right, listen, I've been called worse.
So I have to point out, though, first day, trading day of the second quarter, and we just came off for the S&P 500 5 consecutive months of gains. So we've seen spans where there have been strong gains like that, but it is extremely rare to see a 5-month streak like that go from November to March, and more specifically because you typically have the year-end tax harvesting. So the only other
So what's
time,
more unusual, the 5 consecutive months or the actual, when it happened, the time?
The time frame, specifically from November to March. So the only other time this century that happened was in 2013, and then before that was in 1998. So there's only been about 11 instances since 1950.
Even with the Santa Claus rallies, it's odd for that to happen.
Right, because
in that
sometimes you'll see the opposite happen in January, where if you had a strong year end, then that kind of counter effect. So that's why it's very rare to see that happen. So that just puts in context, if you see a day like today, even underneath the hood of what's happening in the S&P 500, you still have everybody wants to talk about broadening breadth, right? We've been talking about for months and months. You have financial sector trading around records. You have materials also trading around records, and industrials. And materials, I mean, this is a little bit under the radar, but if you look at the XLB, this is the ETF tracking the materials sector in the S&P 500, just registered its 10th consecutive week of gains. That's the longest streak on record since the launch of that sector spider ETF since December 1998.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
When we talk about broadening out and stuff.
That's right.
That's a good thing to see.
Yes.
Right? To see it's not just kind of the usual suspects that are always gaining ground here.
That's correct, because if you look at the 11 industry groups in the S&P 500, communication services, one of the few that's up today. Not surprisingly, you have Google and Meta in that particular index. So when you see those two groups in those two specific stocks, it's going to be higher, but it's more real estate, healthcare, discretionary industrials that are falling today.
What about the move that we've seen? We finally got some reaction, right, in terms of the inflation data on Friday, what Jay Powell had to say on Friday. It started kind of, as we were reminded, by Ari Jersey in Tokyo overnight when the bond market picked up trading. Is there anything interesting in terms of what we've seen in rate moves versus what we're seeing in equity moves that either says, oh, that's good? I mean, equity markets not necessarily falling apart, even though we've seen rates move up a little bit.
And I know that you have Torsten Slot coming up pretty soon here. So I actually was listening to Christopher Waller at the Economic Club last week in New York. And so he spoke a couple days before we heard from Powell on Friday.
Yeah.
And so he reiterated how...
He freaked out the market a little bit.
Well, it's interesting about that, because you did see the bond market move overnight on some of those comments. But from his perspective, and to put into context, he's more on the hawkish spectrum. Some him and Mickey Bowman, they kind of changed their tune a little bit at the end of November, not being quite as hawkish. But from his perspective, and again, if you look at the Atlanta Fed GDP numbers today, coming in at 2.8%, being revised up because of those ISM manufacturing numbers.
Mike talked about it earlier.
Yes,
Mike McKee, yeah.
That's important. So you see that came up from 2.3%. Obviously, we know that data can be volatile, but what Chris Waller was talking about, and this is something that Jay Powell reiterated on Friday, was basically that the risk to cut is lower than basically acting too soon. Mm-hmm. And that's what we continue to hear there. And then, of course, we had that Fed meeting, just within a few weeks ago, and the whole dots, even though the median was still around 4.6, right, it was just shy of being moved down to just slightly to where there would be fewer rate cuts.
It's kind of like 2-3-ish.
Right, exactly, right on the nose there, Carol.
All right, Jess Menton, thank you so much. Deputy Team Leader for U.S. Equities right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio.
Well, exactly a month ago on March 1st, Apollo Management Chief Economist Torsten Slot came out with a note that said the following. The reality is that the U.S. economy is simply not slowing down, and the Fed pivot has provided a strong tailwind to growth since December. As a result, the Fed will not cut rates this year, and rates are going to stay higher for longer. Carol, you'll remember, he came on our program that day And he made his case. Now here we are a month later.
Yeah, and we've had a Fed meeting, received a slew of economic data, and by many measures, the economy is still very strong. Just this morning, we talked about this earlier with Mike and Ira, learned that U.S. manufacturing activity expanded for the first time since 2022, and the odds of a June rate cut have dipped below 50%. So people seem to be coming around increasingly to Torsten Slok's view, Tim.
Yeah, we got him back with us. Torsten Slok, chief economist and partner at Apollo Global Management. He joins us from New York City.
We want your crystal ball. That's what we want.
Well, that's what we want is we want to check in a month later and see if your view has changed at all or if your view has been reinforced, Torsten, that we're not going to see a rate cut at all in 2024.
No, I know this is radio, but I'm smiling here because I think exactly that the data is moving the way of this view. We have seen a very substantial easing in financial conditions since the November 1 FOMC meeting. If you look at the market cap of the S&P 500, which is in very round numbers, at the moment around 45 trillion. We have seen a 25% increase in the market cap of the S&P 500. That means about a 11 trillion increase in the value of the stock market. Think about it over 5 months, and combining that with the bond market also going up 2.5 trillion because rates are lower, credit spreads are tighter. That's adding $13.5 trillion in wealth to the household sector. It's just really difficult to argue that this is not going to be a significant tailwind to consumer spending, to capex spending. And combined with the IPO markets picking up, M&A activity picking up, and the stock market rallying, and of course the credit market also rallying, it's just really difficult to see that this is not going to give a very significant tailwind to GDP growth over the coming quarters.
So sticking to no rate cuts, and what I'm curious, Torsten, and Mike McKee here at Bloomberg mentioned that the Fed is not convinced that they'll get to 2% if they cut rates now. If they, if that becomes kind of their thinking and they stay with that for the rest of the year, or do you think that that's what's going to happen for the rest of the year, that we're going to kind of not quite get there, and so the Fed is just going to have to kind of sit and wait and be patient?
Exactly, Carol, because if you look at the data that came out last Friday from PCE inflation, you're beginning to see both in PCE inflation and in CPI inflation. If you take the 3-month annualized change and the 6-month annualized change, and why would you look at the 3 and 6 months annualized change? Because it tells you something about momentum in the economy. Is the momentum accelerating? Is the momentum decelerating? And the reality is, when you look at that both for PCE inflation and for core CPI inflation, you're seeing a pickup in inflation over the last 3 months and 6 months. And that clearly tells you that the Fed, we are just not there yet. And in particular with the Fed pivot, remember also that the Fed pivot was so substantial because it came on the back of literally 18 months where everyone had been sitting on the fence and where everyone had been hearing the Fed saying rates are going higher, 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 higher. And suddenly the Fed said, well, now rates are going lower. Everyone jumped down from the fence and began to take risk. That's why capital markets have reopened. That's why risky assets have rallied. So I think that the tailwind, this was not intended necessarily by the Fed, but the tailwind that's been coming along over the last 4 or 5 months is just very, very significant.
Do you think maybe sooner rather than later that the Fed is going to start kind of dropping the idea of any rate cuts? I mean, when does the Fed start to shift the narrative? Because markets don't like to be shocked. You know that we have a Fed that probably doesn't like to shock the markets either. And I just, we had Waller, right? Chris Waller coming out of the Fed saying the Fed should delay or reduce cuts after some of the recent data points. So, when is the narrative already starting to shift, do you feel, or I don't know, what?
Well, it definitely changed. I mean, just a few months ago, the market was pricing that we will get 6 cuts this year. Now,
but that was the market. That wasn't the Fed, right? The Fed's dot plot said something different. So
the Fed was saying 3. Right. Fair enough. The Fed was saying 3 all along, but now the market is on 3. And as you know, if I look at my Bloomberg screen here, pricing for June is now 50-50, whether they might even cut in June. So I still think that this tailwind is being underestimated literally by everyone in the consensus community. We are going to see strong non-farm payrolls on Friday. We'll get, the expectation is 205,000, and the expectation from the consensus from ECFC Go on my Bloomberg screen is that the unemployment rate will go down from 3.9 to 3.8. It's a really difficult environment for the Fed to talk about rate cuts when you have such strong data. Also, ISM earlier today, as you both know, came out very strongly. Now we have suddenly an expansion for the first time since 2022. We also see now suddenly that prices paid in ISM also beginning to accelerate. So all things combined jobless claims, ISM, non-farm payrolls, CPI for the last 2 months. It all points towards the economy is just not slowing down, and the tailwind from easy financial conditions continues to provide quite a support.
Okay, Torsten, let's say that you're correct in this analysis. Indeed, we don't get any rate cuts this year. Is the market right now, both the equity market and the bond market, are they missing this? And what happens when they realize, in your opinion, that this will happen? What kind of sell-off do we see?
Well, I think that the first place that, of course, this will begin to show up is in rates and also in credit markets, that all-in yields are going to stay elevated for the next several quarters because we just need more of a slowdown, and it's just not possible for the Fed to do that if they begin to cut rates. So I think that the first stop will be for the market to begin to realize that rates are not going to come down as quickly. The next step is the debate that you are having, of course, so well also in the previous hour here, namely about, okay, but what does that then mean for the stock market? In the S&P 500, it used to be the things were the Magnificent Seven. Well, now that's being trimmed down because some of the Magnificent Seven are turning out to be less magnificent.
Yeah, we've been talking Magnificent Four and the two others.
Now suddenly, you should also be always be on alert when the nomenclature and the wording starts to change around. Hey, it's no longer 7, now it's only 4. What's going on? And maybe one very important backdrop for this is that if rates are higher for longer, highly levered companies with low coverage ratios, with weak cash flows, are going to continue to be vulnerable. In particular, tech, growth, venture capital, some parts of healthcare continue to be very sensitive to rates staying higher for longer. And this will begin to bite harder and harder on the equity market. So I do think that the downside risks to equities are beginning to become more substantial as a result of this view that rates are going to stay higher for longer.
Does it feel like you're lonely in this view, or you're less lonely than you were a month ago?
He wants to know, what do your friends say when they see you, or your friends at Apollo and say, come on, Torsten.
A month ago, I probably had fewer friends than I have today, but I do feel that the friends here on the dance floor are coming over to me and coming around to the view that maybe we are seeing more evidence that the economy is not slowing down. And I do think that this idea and this view, as I just highlighted, that the stock market going up so much is a very significant boost to consumer spending. And if you add also crypto prices also going up, you have a marginal propensity to consume out of crypto wealth that is estimated to be double of the marginal propensity to consume out of equity wealth. So the tailwind to consumer spend is just really strong at the moment. And as long as the stock market wants to continue to go up, we should all be positioned for the consumer still doing really well.
Well, and the consumer's done better, right? Because wages have gone up, and that has certainly helped them. But I do think about, higher rates and what it means for buying a house. That slows things. We talked about it with autos, right? That slows auto sales. Those are some big, consumer purchases. And housing market, right, trickles down in a lot of different ways. You buy a house and you have to do a lot of stuff to put in it and do around it. I mean, so I am curious, Torsten, remind us what economic metric that you focus on that kind of, or a couple of them, whether it's a basket, that says, okay, the economy continues to do really well.
That's really important, Carol, because if you just back up for 1 minute and think about when the Fed raises interest rates, it has a negative impact on those who have debt, those households who have debt, those companies that have debt, and for that matter, even those banks that have debt. So therefore, when rates go up, what happens is what the textbook would have predicted, namely highly levered households that are highly indebted, which tend to be younger households. They generally tend to be going more into distress and therefore seeing delinquency rates going up on credit cards, on auto loans, having bigger challenges buying a house. Likewise for firms, those firms that are being impacted by rate hikes are those who have a lot of debt, highly indebted companies with low coverage ratios, with weak or no cash flows, are of course also those that the textbook would have predicted that are most vulnerable. But at the other side of the scale, you have the IG firms that have plenty of cash. You have high and middle income households that have plenty of cash and assets that have gone up in value. They have so far seen a significant boost as a result of asset prices going up. They have not seen a negative effect of interest rates going up. So there is a bifurcation to your question about who is being negatively impacted. Are those who owe money? Those who are being positively impacted are those who own assets.
So is there, okay, so I totally get it, understand it, right? You got to look at the market in different ways. 30 seconds left here. So is there something you, though, focus on specifically that either gives you confidence in your thinking that the Fed's not going to cut rates at all this year? What is it, or what do you think investors should be focusing on in terms of a metric?
So I would say the dual mandate, of course, number one is inflation. And the second thing is, to your question, of course, number two is the labor market. So the net effect so far of these challenges for those who owe money, and on the other hand, the benefits for those who have assets, the net effect has still been a strong labor market. So if the labor market starts to slow down, then we will begin to change our view. But that's obviously not what we're seeing. That's not what consensus expects for Friday.
Right. And as you said, reminding us that we do get a big one, the monthly jobs report on Friday. Torsten, thank you so much. So glad we could check in with you again. Torsten Slake is Chief Economist and Partner over at Apollo Global Management, joining us right here in New York City. What?
Maybe we get him back a month from now or sooner.
We're going to do a monthly check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love it. Great. And so much it feels like a part of a growing narrative. This is Bloomberg.
My general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe one stage or two stages ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. What does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down that path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to like build a path towards that. It's almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there, and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So it's strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
When I was younger, I used to be in bands. I'd play drums in bands and toured America with them, did a lot of session drumming, recorded albums. So yeah, it was good fun doing the drumming. The reason I stopped it, well, I still play, but not as serious as I did when I was younger, but drumming doesn't pay the bills. I was never good enough to be able to pay the bills with it, but it was good fun. I started RJF, and the reason I started it was I saw a gap in the market for particular early stage and startup businesses with the experience that I've got of running businesses, of being a finance director at the very biggest companies in the world to being finance director of small startups, we were looking at providing more than just basic accountancy services. So yes, we'll do all that. We'll do all the basic, all the statutory side of things that you need to do. But there's so much more value that we can add, and I wanted to have my experience to help these startups, because a lot of them don't really know where to go. You can go to your high street accountants and they can do a good job compliance-wise, but you would question whether they've actually been in the firing line of a business. Have you been in a business where you're thinking, how do I pay wages next week? Or business is really successful, what do we do with it next? Or how do we grow it? How do we grow into international territories? Or how do we grow our markets? How do we expand? So a lot of the experience I've seen over the years and seen different types of business in different sectors, I thought, well, it's a real value that I can add to these businesses as opposed to just being an FD, because a lot of these businesses can't afford an FD. But if we can take care of their statutory side of things, the compliance side of things, I'm on hand to be able to help and advise businesses with their growth strategy, or if they're in difficulty, help them through these times.
Or other assisted reproductive technologies. Some people consider intrauterine insemination, also known as IUI, and sometimes called artificial insemination. It's less expensive and less invasive than IVF, but the success rate is not so great.
All right, enter Femesys, a publicly traded biomedical company working on a more effective method of IUI. Femesys, by the way, a microcap with a market cap of about $36 million. Kathy Lee Sepsic is founder, president, and CEO of Femesys, and joining us from a WeWork in California. We like to say it because it's just kind of interesting. We've been talking about WeWork a little bit in our world. Kathy, great to have you here with us. Just, again, tell us a little bit more about your company. It is a very small micro cap company. Tell us a little bit more about all the work you guys are up to.
So, Femesys' mission from day one has been to advance medical technologies specifically for women. And we've looked at those underserved areas where there just has been a dearth of innovation. And we've been, battling this and bringing things forward for about 20 years now.
So late last month, Femesys announced data from a trial that showed how effective your method of IUI is. We're talking about Femicide. Tell us what exactly Femicide is and how it's, in your opinion, revolutionizing the way IUI is done.
So Femicide was designed to augment what naturally occurs for fertilization. So the travel that sperm needs to make, the journey, is to get to the egg. And the egg is located in the fallopian tube. So for Femicide, what we do is we place sperm and aliquot it into the fallopian tube. And we designed this product so that every reproductive endocrinologist, even their mid-level practitioners, or OB-GYNs at large could perform it. And that's the premise of the product, is to look at the front end of care where we're not requiring egg extraction or multiple injections, but we're able to augment that fertilization process and to bring hope to women.
Is it an actual medical device, or is it a procedure, a process?
It's a medical device that allows for the artificial insemination procedure.
And what's the data that you have at this point? As I mentioned, this trial last month. The data that you have at this point that shows that, at least in your trials, it is more effective when it comes to conception than traditional IUI.
So we looked at actually a pretty challenging segment to establish efficacy. We looked at low male sperm count. And so, as I mentioned, the journey, the natural biological process is for sperm to enter into the fallopian tube. So when you have less sperm to work with, which unfortunately is a worldwide dilemma, it's been established that less than 50% sperm counts exist in all male age categories around the world. This is a problem that's going to continue. And so we looked at that particular segment, and we were able to establish that 24% of women that fell into that category, where there wasn't actually a known fertility factor for her, it was the male factor that was contributing. And we showed that 24% of women actually were able to benefit from the procedure and get pregnant.
So, Kathy, is this something that you think could replace IVF? Essentially, give me some more information in terms of, who you guys would be targeting with this, or is this kind of a first step before maybe somebody considered IVF?
So we definitely see it as a first step in the process. There are certain categories of women that are definitely appropriate for IVF. If she has a genetic disorder, she clearly should have her eggs screened. But for the majority, we feel like this is an ideal option for people because it's cost effective, it's convenient, and we'll be able to be at that front end when those are major issues that people are contending with.
What does it cost? What would it cost for someone to do this?
So it'll be incremental to just a standard IUI. So we're talking in the few thousands as opposed to a couple thousand, as opposed to 30,000 for an IVF on average.
That's pretty standard for IUI though, right?
Yeah, it's pretty standard. So the only difference will be the cost of the device. The overall procedure costs are as they are.
Talk to us a little bit. Yeah, talk to us a little bit about the regulatory process right now, because when we're talking medical devices here, I mean, this is a long road when it comes to the path.
Yeah, it's been 20 years for me, so it's been pretty long.
Okay.
But for Femiseed, we were actually able to work with the FDA and get the device approved or cleared technically back at the end of September of last year. That was a bit of a road that we traveled with them. It also is why we have all of this data where we were able to run a prospective study and have data available upon a commercial launch. So we are making this product available to women and couples right now, and we're amassing support, as you mentioned. I'm a small micro cap company, so we're taking our dollars and pennies and allocating it to this commercial effort, so that we're not just building these amazing products and designing them so thoughtfully that we're actually going to get them in the hands of practitioners so they can attend to their patients' needs.
Hey, Kathy, I want to go back to, and I know you and Tim touched on this earlier, but I'm thinking about people who are watching or listening right now who may be interested in trying to figure out kind of their own course forward, if you will. How is what you guys specifically, how is it different from other IUI methods?
It is entirely different because other IUI methods deposit the sperm into the uterine cavity, which is a very hostile environment. Lots of white blood cells that attack the sperm. We actually deliver the sperm directly into the fallopian tube, which is the ultimate location that the sperm needs to arrive to in order to create conception and pregnancy.
So
that's how we work.
Okay, so it's a different location ultimately where the sperm get deposited, if you will. Having said that, I know when you guys put out this press release and talking about 24% of women pregnant after using Femiseed, no new safety concerns are reported. What are the safety concerns, though, that do get reported most when doing it?
So most for and we're intrauterine because we deliver into the uterine cavity as far as where the device is placed. What makes us very different is where the sperm actually is delivered to. So the common possible side effects are a little bit of cramping, a little bit of spotting, because the device is actually delivered into the uterine cavity.
It's more invasive, if you will, right? You're going in deeper, essentially.
It's definitely minimally invasive. We go to the exact same location. We just have a catheter that directs the sperm to the tube. So we put a balloon technology, like a balloon catheter, like a Foley catheter, catheters that people are aware of. We just put that balloon in a very specific location within the uterine cavity that allows the sperm to travel from the device into the tube.
If delivering the sperm to this location is so much more effective, then why is it taken so long to develop a way to do this? So if this is the effective way to do it?
So there was one other product that was actually approved in 1998. And that product required that the tube, which is about the size of spaghetti, that a wire be placed into that tube and then a catheter to follow. So it's a much more technically difficult procedure, and it has inherent safety risks because you could damage the fallopian tube. No one thought to do it, so that's what all of my IP is around. Sometimes the simplest of things are definitely the most valuable, but all of my technologies revolve around putting this type of balloon technology within the uterine cavity right outside the fallopian tube.
Hey, real quickly, just got a minute left. The political firestorm, if you will, around fertility treatments. What are your concerns about how this product might get caught up in that, certainly when it comes to certain states or municipalities, if you will?
So we kind of come outside of the storm that's happening around IVF.
So far.
We don't so far, but we don't do any egg extraction, and we have no embryo maintenance. We are augmenting the natural process. So this is truly a frontline therapy where someone can engage in this before all of the other requirements of an IVF.
All right.
So we're outside of that storm, but it certainly affects the practitioners.
All right.
And the patient.
Saved you 20 seconds. When does this come to market, real quickly?
It's coming to market right now.
All right. So you've gotten all the approvals and you guys can move ahead.
We can move ahead. Now we're just hiring the appropriate people. And, you know, obviously we're a publicly traded company, so people can follow the progress. But we're trying to very hard to get this available to women right now.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Hey, Kathy, thank you so much. Kathy Lee Sepsic, founder, president, and chief executive officer of Femisys. As she said, it is publicly held. It is a small micro-cap company, if you will, and the stock right now is actually up about 78%.
Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 Newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim. Senior U.S. and Israeli officials met virtually today to discuss the Biden administration's alternative proposals to an Israeli military operation in Rafah. You may recall Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called off a planned visit to Washington last week. Officials are opening alternate channels to the port of Baltimore. The two auxiliary channels will be used by response vessels, commercially essential ships, and those participating in salvage efforts. Coast Guard Captain David O'Connell tells CBS that there's still more work to do.
On the south side of the channel, we've identified an area that we think will give us around 14 feet of draft, between 13 and 14 feet of draft, depending on the tide. Right now, there is a pre-existing obstruction there. We're working with salvors to pull that out of the water.
Coast Guard Captain David O'Connell says they need to get a better idea of how deep the main channel is as they work on creating alternate channels. Crews are lifting the wreckage from two crane barges, cutting the steel trusses into smaller sections for removal. President Biden is expected to visit Baltimore Friday to see the bridge clearing operation firsthand, and the Department of Transportation is providing $60 million in immediate funding. After last week's bridge collapse, it's just the start of billions of dollars in expected costs to rebuild the bridge and reopen the Port of Baltimore. We get more with Bloomberg's Laura Davison.
So the administration has pledged to fund the bridge package. However, the bulk of the money will need to come from Congress. Biden has already approved small amounts of money in the millions, but this is going to cost somewhere closer to $2 billion. So Congress will have to fund that and pass that bill.
Bloomberg's Laura Davison tells us that Congress is out this week. They were out last week, too. This will be at the top of their agenda when they return April 9th. Global news, 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks lower across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bailey Lipschultz.
Good afternoon, Charlie. As you said, stocks are lower in what's been a lighter than usual trading day. The Dow is down 290 points, S&P lower by 20, with the NASDAQ also dropping 20 points. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.33%, and small caps are down 15. 9 of the 11 main S&P sectors are trading lower, led by losses in real estate and healthcare, while communication services and energy are the only groups in the green. Nasdaq Biotechs dropped 25 points, transports are down 200, semis are up 1%, while the VIX is higher by 6%. Leaders in the Dow, 3M, Chevron, and Microsoft, while Home Depot, Boeing, and Nike are the worst performers. AT&T fell after saying personal data from 73 million accounts was leaked on the dark web. In deal news, Advent agreed to buy Canadian payments processor Nuvei for $6.3 billion, and Formula One owner Liberty Media is buying MotoGP as part of a $3.8 billion deal. In other news, Donald Trump's media company sank more than 20% after disclosing 2023 losses of $58 million. And wrapping things up, small-cap biotech Disc Medicine sank a record 50% after mid-stage drug data. Live from the First Word Breaking News Desk, I'm Bailey Lipschultz. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bailey Lipschultz. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAWK, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Why am I hungry? You're the one who's always hungry.
I don't know why you're hungry.
I'm starving.
Well, it's because, it's almost 4 o'clock, Carol.
It's 4 o'clock. It's time for dinner time. It's not time for dinner time. It's like 3 hours early.
Okay, we talk a lot about food, but we also talk a lot about AI.
Yeah.
And our Bloomberg News team has written a bit about stock picking using AI. They didn't have much success doing it.
No.
Eric Jackson, though, is doing just that. He's using an AI algorithm to pick stocks and manage his portfolio. You know Eric Jackson is the founder and president of EMJ Capital. He joins us from Toronto for our Drive to the Close. Eric, good to have you with us. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing well. Thanks for joining us. Eager to talk about how you're using AI for your portfolio. Talk to us. Like, what do you do? Are you just using ChatGPT? Did you write something? Give us all the details.
No, ChatGPT we use in the actual construction of the programming that goes into studying the different range of factors that we look at, which are typically, all the big technical ones that you would expect. And in fact, like over 100 technical indicators that we look at. But then fundamental factors, company-specific factors. We also look at things like Google Trends data. We look at stock sales, stock purchase information, and basically try to look at how each individual stock, weights all those range of factors differently. So what matters to an Apple is different than what might matter to a small cap stock. So I have a tech focus, so I'm only looking at a universe of about 300 names from around the globe. Most of them trade in the U.S. But you're basically trying to search, find that needle in the haystack, the perfect weighting of all these different factors, what matters most to the stock when, so you can get in and then get out just in the nick of time. It's tricky and it's difficult, and it does take a lot of work, and there are a lot of off-ramps for ways that you can fail, but some promising ways that we found success so far.
Well, that's what I was curious about. How successful is it? Like, is there a percentage? 50% of the time, 60% of the time, it kind of works?
It varies. Typically it's greater than 50%, but the hit rate in terms of which of the trades matter most, that are making money, I should say. You're typically easily beating a 50% benchmark, which doesn't sound like much, but the trick is really you make the money on the winners, and the winners like stick with, and they can go on and on and on. And so a name like Meta, for example, has been along in the portfolio for the AI model that we use since last October, and it's gone up, considerably. NVIDIA has been along since last December. So the trick is, can you get out of the failing trades quick and stick with the winner? So even if you're at a 50% hit rate, your mean return per trade can still be quite high,
right?
If you are sticking with those winners.
Do you factor out though something? I'm just thinking if you're doing Google searches, and I guess it depends on what the Google search is. But when there's a stock in the news, we find just momentum of information on it just rises. That doesn't necessarily mean that's a good thing, but I just wonder, how do you take that into account, or how do you factor that in or out, or balance it out?
Well, yeah, it'll probably get recognized, Carol, through one of the technical indicators like, moving average, and whether, a stock is remaining above its moving average over a period of time. A second wave of buyers comes in. A move in the name like NVIDIA last year from 100 to 500, I think, was more just institutional buying, and people kind of getting in on the great May results and then what came after that. But I think the move we've seen since then, since 500 to almost 1,000 where we are currently, NVIDIA's almost replaced Tesla as kind of the new retail darling. But regardless, it's healthily stayed above certain key moving averages, which has caused it to remain along in our portfolio.
All right, enough of the macro. We appreciate you talking. Yeah, we got to talk some specifics.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see how exposed you were to crypto right now. MicroStrategy, what's so appealing to you about crypto?
I don't like most of the miners. I think the miners, have their own issues, and there are kind of rumors that come and go about, their power consumption and whether they're going to be taxed more for energy usage and all this kind of stuff. So if you're just looking at equities as a way of exposing yourself to saying you're bullish on crypto and you think that Bitcoin is going to continue to go higher, other than just buying one of the new Bitcoin ETFs, I think the two best ways are through Coinbase and through MicroStrategy. Now, MicroStrategy, I think it was last week, got a short attack from, I think it was Carousdale, saying that nothing nefarious is going on, but they just think it's too overvalued relative to how much Bitcoin it holds. It's now got over 200,000, I think it's 211,000 Bitcoin on its balance sheet. And so if you work out the value of those Bitcoin relative to its smaller digital business, it seems overvalued, according to Carousdale. I think, they've been wrong about a few picks that I'm long in my portfolio. Carvana is probably the biggest one for the last 6 months, where they've been short since 30, and it's now, I think, almost 90. So I just kind of brush that aside. I say, Bitcoin is now basically a digital gold play in my eyes. There are only so many Bitcoins that are going to be out there. Certainly, everybody.
But why not just buy Bitcoin instead of buying equities related to Bitcoin?
Because it's a more levered play on Bitcoin. So if you believe in the short term that crypto is going to remain strong, Bitcoin's going to move up. Let's say, Tim, you and I believe it's going to move up 10 to 15% over the next couple of months. I think MicroStrategy is going to end up doing something like 30% over that time period. So I would rather have exposure there.
Interesting.
Sana Biotechnology. Can I just throw one more out?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that Sana? Am I saying it correctly, Eric?
Yeah, that's a smaller cap biotech name. Basically, one of the three themes that I like within tech: biotech, crypto, and not surprisingly, AI. And so within biotech, I play it through holding the ETF XBI.
Yeah.
That's sort of like a more equal weighted exposure to a broad range of names. And then I have, some individual plays like Viking Therapeutics that did really well a couple of weeks ago. And then Sana, which is, hasn't, it's done well this year, but it still has some big announcements, I hope, in front of it this year, especially in the area of type 1 diabetes, especially, and some other projects.
Gotta run. Yeah, Viking up 325%, Viking Therapeutics. Eric Jackson, really fun. Thank you. Founder and president, EMJ Capital. This is Bloomberg.
other thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
Welcome to the digital age. Are you struggling to stand out here? Don't worry. Meet Blue TV, who is your digital superhero.
Blue TV is a multi-purpose online media network that also provides digital marketing services. We are based in Islamabad, Pakistan. We are expert in creative marketing, social media and digital marketing, search engine optimization, web design, page rank, and SERPs, video editing, recording and production.
So, what are you waiting for? Pick up the phone and call or WhatsApp Blue TV on given number, or visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/blue.online.tv.
With Blue TV, your business growth will be skyrocketed.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need, like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
My general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe one stage or two stages ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. What does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down the path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to build a path towards that. It's almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there, and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So it's strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
Looks to build support for its $14 billion acquisition of United States Steel Corp. And those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Actually, we're going to head over to TV in just a moment, join our TV
We're
colleagues.
everywhere. You can't get rid of us.
I know. Who was it that said, hey, I know this is, Torsten. Was it Torsten? He was smiling. I'm like, Torsten.
Everyone can see you smiling,
Yeah,
Torsten.
we said, it's radio, it's YouTube, it's Bloomberg Originals.
Seen a little bit of buy-in, Carol, on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, a little bit of an uptick here. Yeah, a little bit of buying. I always think it's interesting when you see some buying kind of in the last few minutes of trading or in the last half hour even, which we were seeing kind of some of that happen, I feel like in the last week or so, and then I think we were not seeing that.
End of the quarter, we saw it, but now we're, beginning of the quarter.
Yeah, I know. Are you dragging? We're dragging a little bit. It's a Monday.
Yeah,
after a long
it's
holiday
kind of like
weekend.
a post-holiday weekend hangover. A lot of people are out of town. The city was empty this morning. Did you notice that on your commute? Just absolutely empty.
I was running late, so everything was really empty, and I had to wait for trains because it was quiet.
Even if you were on time, you would have noticed it was empty. Everything was empty.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to be interesting. It is a week chock full of data. We talked about it with Mike and Ira Jersey, culminating in the monthly jobs report on Friday. We're also going to hear from Chair of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell. That's on Wednesday, so some comments. Although I don't think anybody anticipates that he's going to change much from the most recent Fed meeting, which was just about, a week and a half ago, which just recently. So, we're kind of watching the data points, and the Fed does not want to go too soon, that's for sure.
Well, speaking of some of those data points, here's what we're seeing right now from economists surveyed by Bloomberg. A change in non-farm payrolls up 205,000. That could change between now and Friday as economists continue to adjust their models, and we will do so accordingly. That compares to 275,000 last month. The unemployment rate is expected to go to 3.8% from 3.9%.
Yeah, and Ira Jersey of our Bloomberg Intelligence team, who watches the rates market, the U.S. rates market in particular, said, that's it. Bottom line, it's that monthly jobs report that really matters to certainly bond investors at this point.
But he said not necessarily the headline number. He said he's more interested in earnings.
Yeah, exactly, right, in terms of kind of the inflationary pressures.
Yeah.
But it is interesting, that's of all these data points that we have to deal with, that ultimately what we get on Friday will be really important.
No shortage of things to chat about this week.
Yeah.
It's Monday. It's just Monday, Master.
I'm hungry and I'm a little bit tired, but
All
that's
right.
just the way it goes.
Somebody get her some food.
Don't go anywhere. Right now we're heading over to our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down to the close. Beyond the Bell starts right now.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele. We're counting you down to the closing bell. You're here to help take us beyond the bell. It's a global simulcast, joined right now by Scarlett Fu in the television studio, Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. First trading day here, Carol Masser of the new quarter. Not much price action here. In fact, seeing a modest sell-off across the board. The NASDAQ holding on to modest gains of about 0.1%.
Yeah, a little bit of an uptick, I feel like, in the last few minutes of trading, but yeah, kind of ho-hum, if you will, certainly on the equity side of things. But what's interesting is we were talking earlier with our Ira Jersey about the ISM manufacturing this morning, and I'm kind of like, we always talk about the importance that we're a service-led economy. He said, I think it was an important report and showing an uptick for the first time since, September of 2022. The significance is, he says, manufacturing leads the economy. So maybe that's certainly some positive momentum, and what that means for the Fed, maybe they're going to be on hold longer.
Yeah, well, speaking of the Fed being on hold longer, we checked in with Torsten Slock over at Apollo. He's the chief economist, his partner there, Scarlett, and he held to his view. Remember that note a month ago where he came out and said the Fed's not going to cut rates this year?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he said it was a little lonely a month ago, and it's less lonely now because more and more people are coming into his corner right now, and more data we're getting to back that up, whether it's that ISM data that Carol mentioned, IPO markets heating up. He says it's really difficult to see that this doesn't give a tailwind to GDP growth in the coming months.
Yeah, he's feeling vindicated. Although, remember, last week we were all about the PCE and how that was going to set the tone. I feel like we forgot all about that in the wake of the ISM manufacturing numbers.
But that just sort of pointed to his point as well in terms of the stronger underlying economy remain.
Well, at least for one data point, it seems to suggest that. You overlay that with the other data points, and I guess so. You're starting to see expectations in this market shift a little bit on the first trading day of the new quarter. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by about 240 points, or about 0.6%. The S&P lower by 11 points, or 0.2%, while the NASDAQ Composite holding on to gains on the day, up 0.1% here. But the big laggard on the day, you're actually going to find that more in the cyclical and small cap space. Dow Transport's down 1% on the day. The Russell 2000 down by a similar amount.
All right, let's get into some of the large caps in terms of the overall trade. 134 names in the S&P 500 higher today, Scarlett. You've got 360 68 to the downside. So certainly more of a risk-off trade in the overall trade. Maybe no surprise there, and 2 unchanged.
Yeah, let's take a look at how it all shakes out on the IMAP, because you've got 2 of the 3 biggest sectors in the green. Excuse me, communication services and infotech. They're up, although communication services is really the only one that is up decidedly, gaining 1.5%. Energy moving higher with oil prices, and tech just eking out a gain. 8 other sectors are in the red, led by real estate investment trusts losing 1.8%, healthcare down 0.9%, and industrials losing ground. One of the outperformers in the first quarter, losing 0.8%.
All right, let's get to some of the individual gainers, if I may. Micron Technology, #1 gainer in the NASDAQ 100, #2 gainer in the S&P 500. This one at its highs today, guys, was up as much as 8%, finishing the day with about a 5.5% gain. B of A raising its price target on Micron specifically to 144 from 120, stock closing at 124 and change today. B of A saying that it sees strong growth potential for high bandwidth memory products, noting that they are critical to AI. By the way, the stock has been on quite a tear since it came out with earnings and talked about its AI outlook, boosted that outlook. That was back on March 20th. It has gained around 30% since that earnings update, so quite a run there. Stocks also was an outperformer today, was up more than 1%. Another name that caught my attention, this was your top gainer in the S&P 500. We're talking about 3M, finishing the day with about a gain of about 6%. This is after it previously announced settlement agreement with the U.S. public water suppliers received final approval from the U.S. District Court in Charleston, South Carolina. That federal court approved 3M's offer of at least $10 billion to settle PFAS claims of roughly 12,000 public water systems across the United States. So, you know the story, resolve some litigation and overhang, and you often see a stock pop. So 3M up, as I said, about 6% in today's session. One more, Wynn Resorts up about 4.25% in today's session. It was a top gainer in the S&P 500 on heavier volume than usual. Data out from Macau noting that Macau's March casino revenue rises 53.1% year over year. The estimate was just below or just above 49%, 49.2%. So some big outperformance there. Wynn, as you know, their biggest revenue chunk does come from Macau. So a winner in today's session.
Hey, let's get to some of the decliners here. I do want to start with Walgreens Boots Alliance shares, the worst performer in the S&P 500 today, closing down close to 10%, 9.9%. In fact, shares closed at their lowest going all the way back to 2010. The company did last week report results, and it narrowed its fiscal 2024 guidance. It cited a challenging retail environment, reduced spending from the consumer. Shares initially gained after that, but then it gave up those gains as analysts remain concerned about the company's earnings outlook. Separately, investors also learned in a filing that the IRS is looking for $2.7 billion in unpaid taxes from the company due to alleged issues over transfer pricing. This comes after audits of previous tax years. Shares of FedEx also slipping on the day today. They fell as much as 3.6%, closing down 3.3% after the company announced its contract with the United States Postal Service will not renew upon its expiry in September. The parties weren't able to reach an agreement on mutually beneficial terms to extend the contract. Negotiations did conclude on March 29th following extensive talks. And then let's check out what shares of DJT, Trump Media and Technology, ended up doing today. They wiped out their gains from going public, down 21.5% today. This after the company disclosed it lost more than $58 million last year. Revenue for the former president's Truth Social platform started to trickle in. The company generated $4.1 million in revenue for the full year. We don't know how many active users it has, but in its prospectus in February, it said that Truth Social has about 9 million signups across its platform. Shares fell as much as 27% earlier, but down, closing down over 21%.
That stock is just so fascinating, especially when you know that its majority owner, biggest shareholder at some point is probably going to be selling shares. It's just, it's amazing to me. Okay, looking at the bond market, we're seeing a nice move in the bond market. We're on offer here. You get back-end yields up by 11, 12 basis points, and that was all the ISM manufacturing data that Carol was just talking about. You saw that expansion. You saw prices paid. You did see the unemployment or the employment index actually move lower. So there are layoffs happening. But we were talking to Tim Fiore, who heads up the data, and he was saying that maybe by June, those layoffs will help resolve itself. And he's relatively positive here, particularly on new orders, guys.
Yeah, I mean, and I thought, I mean, this report, I mean, it's funny, we've kind of been ignoring these manufacturing reports for a while because we're told that it didn't matter. But it was, I really encourage everyone to go and read it because you do get a better sense here as to what the conundrum is going to end up being for the Fed. Carol?
Yeah, speaking of manufacturing, the manufacturing problems over at Boeing are certainly leading to some additional problems at United Airlines. United Airlines, guys, asking pilots to take some unpaid time off next month, blaming late deliveries of new aircraft from Boeing. And so they're reducing the delays in getting the aircraft and so on, reducing the number of hours that United had planned that its pilots would fly this year. This is a story that we've been hearing out of the carriers.
Yeah, United was set to have received 80 MAX 10s this year, part of an outstanding order with Boeing for 277 of the planes. The airline, though, has been working with Boeing to convert some of its MAX 10 orders to the smaller MAX 8 or 9 variants to receive the planes sooner. Also talking with Airbus to try to get some of those A321neos sooner. But, I mean, we're talking airplanes here. Airbus is sold out of A320s through the end of the decade. So, I mean, it's not as easy as just calling up.
Yeah, this is going to be a multi-year problem.
Yeah.
And of course, the FAA has already said it's looking into United's operations and going to be encouraging it to slow down its growth. So the lesson for all of us is don't take United this summer.
Well, doesn't this also mean that prices are going to be higher? I mean, if you have to take out pilots and
Supply-demand,
capacity, right?
Yeah.
Like, are we just paying more?
Yeah, that was my first. When I read that story, everyone's so focused on the pilots. I'm like, what does that mean for me?
More,
I mean,
more.
I just bought a ticket, a couple tickets to go down to Florida.
You have a private jet, though. It's not a problem.
You know how much it was?
How much?
It was a lot.
A lot of miles.
And it's not even first class, Tim.
When
I had to fly coach.
When are you
That's
going
how
to
bad
Florida?
things are.
Hurts.
I thought everyone was leaving Florida.
I thought so too.
And that is true. Did you guys see this New York Post article
Yeah.
where it's like people go down to Florida and they're like, hey, wait a minute. I don't like it anymore. This is not what I expected.
Climate change, right, and other issues. It's getting really hot, and they're really worried about kind of some of the things that are happening there.
It's really
Scarlett.
hot, and they can't get insurance on their homes, and everything costs a lot
Really?
more. So they're
Was
like, you
that-
know what? It's better up north.
Was that not an issue, like, when everyone
In the
started
last
moving
couple
there?
of years, no.
So in the
after
last couple of
pandemic-
years, it's gotten hotter?
No. After
The last couple of years, they couldn't get insurance?
After the pandemic, the insurance companies jacked up their premiums. Definitely.
I guarantee you.
Are you
those
questioning
premiums,
that Post story? Is that what you're doing?
I'm saying those premiums were high before they moved down there. I'm saying when everybody was moving down there in the middle of February, everyone said, yeah, Miami's great in February. What does it feel like in July and August?
But
And they
they-
got a taste of that, and everybody fled back to New York.
But the insurance claims have gotten, the insurance plans, have gotten really expensive, and they're just companies who just can't deal with some of the costs as a result of either
Or
climate
they
change
go
or
naked,
storms.
right? They just
You
don't
don't need
have
insurance. Yeah, just, you know.
No, you do need
Just ride it out.
It's
And
also
then,
hot.
and then where do you live?
It's
I mean,
also hot and humid in New York in the summer, guys. Let's not pretend this is
Not like Miami.
Let's
You
not
kidding
pretend
me?
this is California.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
But where else are you going to walk the streets and dodge all the rats? And
you know it when it starts to really stink on the subway.
Garbage.
Anyway.
I can't wait, roommate. I can't wait till you start your own travel channel. It could be
Is that it?
interesting. Yeah, it could be really
next
interesting.
career.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Wrapping up our Monday close here on Radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We call it Beyond the Bell, so we will see you same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Master, and I'm Tim Stenevec. I don't know, Carol.
What?
Florida sounds pretty good.
I don't know. Right
Some
now,
time of the year,
if the
you
sun
know?
doesn't start coming out here in the New York Metro,
It's going to be a week of rain here.
I
I'll tell you
know,
that.
exactly.
At least it was a nice weekend.
I just
That's
need things to dry out.
all I'm going to say.
But listen, climate change is really, it's a thing.
It is a thing. Hey, earlier
Do you
this
think
year,
you're more productive in a hotter environment?
you know, I will
Or
tell you
less
this in
so?
college.
You know, if you're outside, it's not the case.
In college, I
hard.
learned that in my politics class, I learned that the advent of air conditioning absolutely revolutionized Washington, D.C.
I believe it, right?
Yeah.
Like changed, right? Like
Yeah,
you
they-
think about the impact of it.
Imagine how little work they did then. If this is what they're doing now.
Ooh.
I'm sorry.
That is,
I
of
kid.
course, Tim Stenevec's views and nobody else's.
No,
It's
I mean, I
probably a
think
lot of
it's
people's views.
bipartisan. It's not. Okay.
All right, so let's
Go
talk
ahead,
about
please. Save
earlier
me.
this year, Bloomberg Business Week and our workshift team out reporting on how in a business world upended by remote work and AI, bosses are searching for new ways to measure productivity.
And how productivity may become more important as population growth in developed countries slows down, making it harder to rely on an expanding workforce for economic growth. Societies, they're aging too. In 1920, just 1 in 20 Americans was 65 or older. Now, That's down to 1 in 6. There's concern about how a smaller share of workers will provide for a larger share of retirees. Productivity growth at a decent clip would make the task much easier.
Yeah, absolutely. And so figuring out the great puzzle that is greater productivity is our next guest. Olivia White is a senior partner at McKinsey & Company, director of the McKinsey Global Institute, joining us in New York City. Olivia, nice to have you here. We talk about productivity a lot. Where does productivity questions stack up from your clients, and what types of questions do they ask you specifically?
Oh, so it's a big deal right now. In the U.S., people are asking, okay, is what happened over the past 3 quarters real? And what do we do to make sure that we're doing the right stuff to be on the train? When I work with clients in other countries as well, and they're asking, what do we need to do to perhaps catch up to where the U.S. is right now?
What do they need to do?
What do they need to do? So it's incredibly clear that digital automation, AI, are going to be a big part of what needs to happen in the future. When we do our research, we see that there's a potential value add of up to $4.4 trillion that come from AI, broadly read, and they need to be looking at how much of that they can make materialize in their own individual companies. There are also a lot of things that you need to do, like top line from what we found in our research is investment is really the key to productivity.
What does that mean?
So,
well, like, you know what, I want to be smart, because Olivia, I feel like for the last year, we've all been kind of gaga. We've seen it playing out in the investment marketplace. And I think now we're starting to be more discernible, if you will, or discerning in terms of what exactly are we talking about? So what is it that companies are thinking about? Because to my guess is that some of it's going to be very mundane in terms of what AI can do. So drill down for us in terms of how AI, or what you guys are telling your customers, how it will make us more productive.
Yeah, sure thing. So I'll talk about AI, but I will say that investment goes beyond that. So in terms of AI, what we see right now is that if you look at Gen AI, at least 75% of the potential value from Gen AI comes from 4 basic types of use case. So one is marketing and sales, a second customer care, a third product development, a fourth software development. So if those are areas where you work, you got to make sure you're doing the right stuff. More broadly, there's a lot of potential productivity to be gained through automation. You were talking about dwindling workforce, people getting older. Automation is going to be important for that. But well beyond this, investment, beyond AI, investment in things like infrastructure, other sorts of capital goods in the U.S. and beyond is going to be important.
So I want to go back to this idea of AI, what Carol was talking about, and the way that we started this, because I think that investors understand what AI has done to NVIDIA, and investors seem to buy into at least Meta Platforms' idea of AI and other companies that are publicly talking about this. But what I think they haven't necessarily seen as efficiencies, or they've been able to communicate to us, is the way that efficiencies at companies that are not directly tied to AI technology, what those efficiencies and productivity are going to look like. What are you telling clients? What are you seeing in your research for an actual different type of company that's not focused on AI becoming more efficient as a result of the tools that these companies are building?
Right. So there are a huge number of things that any individual does any given day that potentially can be augmented by AI. And so, yeah, what you're saying is totally core. We need to understand how AI can enhance productivity apart from, in broadly speaking, the ICT sector. And what that requires is for every company to think through what are the various different sorts of things that my employees are doing that can be enhanced by AI, and how do I help make sure, for example, that they're co-pilots or other ways of helping them in those tasks, like software development, to be more productive in their day-to-day jobs.
Yeah. Hey, Olivia, you've got a great view on so many different companies. What is the one company that you think is just getting it right now?
I'm not going to give you just one company, but there's certainly a number that are doing things well. No, I won't give you 5, but there's certainly a number, and you've mentioned some that are doing particularly well right now. But there are a lot of people out there across different sectors trying things out, and this is a place where the winners will, in fact, get real synergies that push them yet further ahead.
I do wonder, it's interesting, I'm getting ready to do something with our Bloomberg Intelligence team, and it's a whole event about AI, and my conversation is going to actually focus on what they call cloud versus on-premise, and where companies are going to increasingly, rather than have their AI formulations, figurations, data, so on and so forth in the cloud, they're also going to have to set up their own enterprise setups at nearby, at home, on their home premises, basically, right, and have it close by. So part of me just wonders, is it just going to be the people who are making all this stuff that ultimately are really going to be the outperformers, if you will? In other words, the people making the hardware and the software, at least for a while in the first leg. Like, how quickly do we start to see these productivity gains?
So first, I don't think we've seen them yet, but I think there are a whole host of things that all companies can do to take advantage of them. But it's not going to come just sort of as such. You got to do very specific things, and it's a little bit what I was talking about before. What are the various different things that you do within your company that can get you these productivity gains? But they're absolutely there for the taking, well beyond people that just build the stuff, if they're deliberate and think about we sort of wiring it into the way they run their businesses.
How could it raise kind of minimum living standards? Just one quick thought.
Productivity raises is the one way to predictably raise incomes and therefore raise living standards. So any boost to productivity is actually very much pro everybody.
But will those productivity gains be across the board, or will it be a certain subset of workers?
They certainly have potential to be across the board. One thing, though, that is relatively different about AI is that it's a technology that, in fact, plays a bigger role in potentially enhancing or potentially replacing activities that people with higher levels of education undertake. And in that sense, particularly Gen AI has the opportunity to be, if we use it properly, a little bit more broad-based in the way that it gives everybody benefits.
How do we get there? That's my question.
Will you be replaced?
Yeah. Hey, I mean, I do.
Will you be replaced, Olivia White?
Yeah, let's end it there. I mean, do you worry about somebody coming up in your career right now?
Not right now. I think at this point it's something that's enhancing. It has the potential to enhance what a lot of us do, but that's something that we're all going to have to pay attention to going forward.
Like I said, if they want to write our introductions, Tim, we would be certainly in it for
I tried to get ChatGPT.
Have you tried that?
Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. Just so general.
Data in, data out. We got to get the better data in. Maybe if they looked at all of our scripts we've written, put them together, maybe they could figure it out.
I mean, what would we do?
I'll find things to do. Olivia White, thank you so much. Senior partner over at McKinsey & Company, joining us in New York City. This is Bloomberg.
421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Turned out to be a mixed day on Wall Street. The Dow, the S&P, they both finished lower. NASDAQ, however, had an up day. Stocks and bonds declined after solid factory data this morning reinforced speculation that the Federal Reserve will be in no rush to cut interest rates. Here's where we wrap up the session. S&P down 10 today at 52.43, a drop of 0.2%. Dow Industrials down 240, a decline of 0.6%. NASDAQ up 17, higher by 0.1%. 10-year at 4.31%, the 2-year yield 4.70%. Spot gold today up 0.8%, 22.47 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude was up 0.9%, 83.91 for a barrel of WTI. United Parcel Service is going to become the primary air cargo provider for the United States Postal Service. The Atlanta-based shipping company says it has received an air cargo contract from the United States Postal Service that significantly expands an existing partnership between the two. UPS today down 0.7%, rival FedEx down 3.3%. Recapping a mixed finish to the Monday trading session. NASDAQ up 0.1%, S&P today down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, Carol, as I prepared for our next guest, I went back and I reread a few columns from Bloomberg Opinion's Mark Gongloff, who covers climate change, and I came across some really startling stuff. Here's one he wrote recently. You'll probably remember this one. Climate fuel disasters killed at least 12,000 people last year. That's according to one count. A changing climate has already killed at least 4 million people globally in the past 20 years. That's according to a study released in January by a biologist at Georgetown University Medical Center. And last year, the U.S. alone suffered 28 natural disasters costing $1 billion or more, a record. That's according to the NOAA National Centers for Environmental Information.
Right, we just talked with our TV colleagues, right, about people leaving Florida because it's getting too hot, and you've got, homes that can't be insured because of climate change. Jonathan Vigliotti has seen the devastation of many of these disasters firsthand. He's a national correspondent for CBS News. His new book, out tomorrow, gives a firsthand account of the stories of people who've been affected by climate change, and the stories span the country from the Pacific Northwest to Louisiana, North Carolina, New York, California, Hawaii, and more. As we know, increasingly, no one in the globe, or no one certainly across the United States, but no one across the globe is immune to climate change.
Yeah, the book is called Before It's Gone, Stories from the Front Lines of Climate Change in Small-Town America. Jonathan joins us from Los Angeles. Jonathan, good to have you with us this afternoon. First of all, congratulations on the book. I want to go back to the genesis of this book because you've covered a lot in your career. You were based in Europe at one point. You've been based here in the U.S. for a few years. At what point were you on assignment and you realized, okay, this is the story I need to tell. This is the book I need to write?
Well, great question. And first, thank you both for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here. For me, it has been an evolution because when I first started covering these stories, environmental disasters, I failed to make the link between climate change, the role it was playing in radicalizing our weather, and the role that radicalized weather was having on our main streets across the country. For me, one of the wake-up calls began with a wake-up call midnight. I was sent to a fire in Healdsburg, California, so Northern California wine country. And my team and I responded to a fire that was up in the mountainside. We were with first responders. We were looking at this fire burning about a mile and a half away. At the time, it didn't seem like it was much of a threat, but the wind picked up and that fire quickly grew and spread to where we were. And we were with fire crews stationed on this mountaintop. And I had never seen such fear and panic in their eyes, which then became vocalized as one of the chiefs up on the hill said, "Go, go, go." The panic said it all, and we quickly realized we were in danger. And so we followed this crew as they tried to escape that mountain, and we lost sight of their headlights because the fire had grown in such intensity and so quickly that all the flames were blacked out by the smoke, and we accidentally went off onto a dirt road and nearly got trapped. We ran into what became a dead end. We weren't sure, my team and I, what we should do, if we should stay or turn around. We ultimately decided to turn around, and thank God we did, because as you clearly know, by being here, we survived. But when we went back to look the next day, a tree had fallen down and had blocked off that road. When we later, after escaping, made our way down the hillside and joined the firefighters we were with, they said they had never experienced anything like that before. Wow. These are men and women that have been trained for years, decades in some cases, to battle fires. And they were being caught off guard by Mother Nature in a way they had never seen before, and in a panic that I never expected from first responders. So I think in that moment, I wrote a Facebook post, and that kind of triggered the beginnings of this book that comes out tomorrow.
Jonathan, and I feel like I think I can almost guess the answer to this, but this idea of never seen that before, once in a lifetime storm, once in a lifetime, heat wave, if you will. Exactly. It used to be once in a lifetime we heard those things, but now we hear them rather frequently. Talk to us about kind of how that started. You started to see that as, unfortunately, a trend here.
Yeah, time and time again, a historic wildfire, a historic hurricane, a historic tornado. After a while, you almost get tired of saying historic because it just keeps repeating itself, and the next storm outpaces the one before it that was also historic. As a journalist, as a storyteller, I feel like we have this unique power to help connect the dots to the world around us, how it all works. And I've been given this unique access to the front lines of these storms in ways I think it's safe to say most people have not. And I have been able to see climate change and the science behind it in action in these very real-time events that are happening right now, not 10, 20 years down the road. And when we say right now, in historic ways, time and time again. And, I hoped in writing this book, I could take viewers and readers along for their journey to those front lines so that they too could connect those dots to better understand something as oftentimes abstract as climate change, how it really is taking effect in very real ways in communities across the country. It is an abstract conversation. It is hard for a lot of people to understand climate change and the science behind it, including myself. And I mentioned to you that I failed to initially talk about climate change and link those dots. I think the more we talk about this, the more we link those dots and make those connections, the more people will understand the climate threat, what that threat means to their communities, and perhaps what they could do, and that's my hope, action that can be taken right now to make these communities more resilient.
And Jonathan, we want to go into some of those stories because I agree with you that the more we tell these stories, hopefully it kind of clicks and sinks in. But having said that, we've all been kind of talking about it for a while with kind of an understanding like, hey guys, years ago saying, we see things are going in the wrong direction. And I almost feel like it's with guns in this country. It's like every time that there's some kind of mass shooting, we say, okay, never again, and yet here we are, and we continue to report on it. Yeah. Why do you, as you obviously report on it a lot, have lots of stories in this book, and you see the devastation, and yet it does seem like we continue to put this, no pun intended, on kind of a back burner, if you will?
I think about Dan Gilbert. He's a psychologist at Harvard. He was kind of a North Star, a TED Talk that I watched him give on YouTube years ago. And he was actually talking about the key to happiness, but in this conversation was also speaking about this part of our brain known as the prefrontal cortex. And it's this function, this feature that we have, unlike any other animal in the kingdom, that gives us this ability to imagine things before they happen. And it's largely based off of storytelling, stories told to us by friends, family, by the media. And it's this adaptation essentially that provides us with tools to not do foolish things. And it actually really does work as long as the information is clear and that imagination is triggered. I've thought about those anti-smoking campaigns. I'm not sure if you've seen any of those on television, the one that features someone in some state of suffering telling others not to pick up a pack of cigarettes. In New York City, the Department of Health there found for every dollar it spent on its program, it saved $32 in medical costs. So the information was clear. People understood it. They knew to either stop smoking or to not pick up smoking to begin with. But when it comes to climate science, it can be overwhelming, including the solutions, which can be daunting. And that perhaps explains why in the past 4 decades, according to one organization that tracks real estate, 6 times more people moved into riskier coastal communities than they did into safer inland ones that were nearby. These aren't people that are looking to intentionally put themselves in harm's way. Many of them have 30-year mortgages, so they expect that they're going to be safe through the duration of their mortgage at least. I think the failure to digest this climate science comes from a failure, and I'll take my own responsibility in this, a failure, as I turn off this phone that was supposed to be on mute. My apologies.
It happens. We're live. It's okay.
Work from home. It speaks to a failure on my part, and I'll just take my own responsibility to connect those dots while in the field, especially early on. I think the more that we show the real life images and connect it to the science without fear of what viewers will say in response, I think the more people will start to see, will listen, and when informed, take action. But that comes with repetition, and it's critical that we continue this kind of reporting.
Jonathan, we're going to do some news, we're going to come back, but we have about 30 seconds left. I mean, I'm a Californian. I think you live in California. This is not necessarily a place where, I would love to live back in California, but I think about my family back in California, and I mean, do you think about where you live and right now and potential climate implications?
I do every single day. I bought my home just before COVID, and I had a difficult time getting the right kind of insurance, affordable insurance.
Yeah.
I live in an area that is at low risk of wildfires, so I didn't expect that to be an issue, but insurance was very costly until I found the right insurer, and it took a lot of research and investigating on my own, which a lot of people don't have the time to even do that. And so I was fortunate to find it, but of course, I think about it every day in terms of the threat and the looming threat when there are fires in the area. Of course, I'm aware, but I'm in Hollywood, so I'm surrounded by concrete, so I am better off than most.
Well, it's something we talk about a lot through the angle of insurance companies. Sit tight. We're going to do some news, and we're going to come back. That's Jonathan Vigliotti, the new book, Before It's Gone, Stories from the Front Lines of Climate Change in Small Town America.
All right, off to world and national news we go. Let's check in with Amy Morris in D.C. Take it away, Amy.
All right, thank you, Carol. Senior U.S. and Israeli officials held a virtual meeting today to discuss the Biden administration's alternative proposals to an Israeli military operation in Rafah. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the military is preparing to move more than 1 million civilians out of Rafah, then carry out an attack on Hamas. Bloomberg's Nick Wadham says Netanyahu is also facing a lot of pressure from his cabinet and from protesters.
The right-wing colleagues he has in the cabinet would be a much more imminent threat to his grip on power if he decided to reverse course. I mean, he would be gone in minutes. Whereas these protests, it looks like a big deal, but that's something he could reasonably withstand for quite some time. So you're really going to see a challenge in how he navigates on that.
Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams. The owner of the ship that rammed into a bridge in Baltimore last week is seeking to limit its liability to about $43.7 million. Legal experts say the company, Grace Ocean, could face hundreds of millions of dollars in damage claims. Today, crews removed a piece of the Key Bridge from the river. Governor Wes Moore.
They cut up and lifted a piece of the north section of the Key Bridge. The entire operation took 10 hours. And in that time, they were able to cut and lift a 200-ton span of the bridge.
And the U.S. Coast Guard opened a temporary alternate channel for vessels involved in the clearing of debris. Coast Guard Captain David O'Connell.
On the south side of the channel, we've identified an area that we think will give us around 14 feet of draft, between 13 and 14 feet of draft, depending on the tide. Right now, there is a pre-existing obstruction there. We're working with salvors to pull that out of the water.
And President Biden is expected to visit the port of Baltimore this week. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Turned out to be an up day for NASDAQ, down day for both the S&P and the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Traders sent both stocks and bonds lower after solid factory data this morning reinforced speculation that the Fed will be in no rush to cut rates. Here's where we ended the Monday session. S&P down 10, dropped today of just about 0.2%. Dow Industrials down 240, down 0.6%. NASDAQ, though, up 17, a gain for the NASDAQ Composite Index of 0.1%. 10-year yield, 4.31%. The 2-year, 4.70%. Spot gold today up $20 the ounce to $22.49. That was a gain of 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.9%, $83.90 for a barrel of WTI. Well, next up for Wall Street is the jobs report on Friday. Torsten Slok is chief economist at Apollo Management, and he was a guest today right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
We are going to see strong non-farm payrolls on Friday. We'll get, the expectation is 205,000, and the expectation from the consensus from ECFC Go on my Bloomberg screen is that the unemployment rate will go down from 3.9 to 3.8. It's a really difficult environment for the Fed to talk about rate cuts when you have such strong data.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Torsten Slok on the Bloomberg Business Week podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, recapping stocks today, end of the session mixed. S&P down 10, a decline of 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I want to get back to our guest, Jonathan Vigliotti. He's a national correspondent for CBS News, covering a lot of natural disasters over the last few years. He's got a brand new book out. It's called Before It's Gone, Stories from the Front Lines of Climate Change in Small Town America. Jonathan joins us once again from Los Angeles. Jonathan, Carol and I were talking as we were hearing some news there, just about, kind of your experience covering natural disasters for such a long period of time, jetting to different parts of the country and talking to people who have experienced such devastating loss, from Hawaii to the south coast of the United States to the Pacific Northwest, in your home state of California too. And I'm wondering if you can just share with us a couple stories that stand out to you from your reporting that you included in the book. I'm particularly interested in your experience in Hawaii, a chapter that you added just before the book went to publish.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And Lahaina, in many ways, offers all of us lessons to learn from as long as we listen. So we were launched to Lahaina less than 12 hours after the town was destroyed. We were one of the first network teams inside Lahaina. We couldn't drive in. We were met by a roadblock that we ultimately ended up bypassing by taking a chartered boat an hour and a half to the cindered shoreline. And what we discovered in my book, I describe as an environmental holocaust. Home after home, business after business was destroyed. And we met survivors who had rode out the storm, who were surveying the damage. They looked like ghosts. Many had no evacuation order issued. There were no evacuation orders issued in most parts of the island. And those that did survive saw the flames outside of their windows and took action to escape on their own. Many did not survive because they were trapped in their cars. More than 100 people were killed. In the days and weeks that followed, what is haunting to me is how this was described as an explosion. We heard local leaders describe time and time again this fire as like a bomb going off, implying that there was no time to take action. But we would later learn that there was actually a nearly decade-long fuse that could have been put out at any point, because in 2014, scientists on the island came out with a report that said the warming atmosphere was leading to an increased fire threat. And they even recommended things that could be taken, mitigation efforts to reduce the threat by removing dry invasive grasses, restoring wetlands, conserving water, using fire-resistant materials when building homes or restoring them. These are materials that qualified for tax credits and would reduce insurance costs. And ultimately, that report was filed away by local leaders and action wasn't taken in time. But in the miles-long path of destruction that my team and I walked as we walked along historic Front Street, there was one home that did survive. it was unscathed. Today, it's known by locals in Lahaina as the house with the red roof. And those homeowners took those remedies that were offered by scientists. They were initially concerned because of termites. They removed dry invasive grasses around their house, trees and brushes that were too close to the home. They used a metal red roof on top of their house, and they used river rocks as a moat around their house. And ultimately, it prevented the fire from reaching their home. This was one homeowner that took action on their own. They listened, they took action, and they survived. And across the country, and the reason I say this is a lesson to be learned, by storms of other names, there are other houses with the red roofs that have survived. And this is what I call habitat change, what is known by scientists as habitat change. By restoring our habitats, we can build more resilient communities. So when extreme weather does hit, we can survive. We need more homes with the red roof. And to me, that story of that house really symbolizes the hope that we should all have and how we should feel empowered as individuals and as individual communities to come together and to take action before it's too late.
There's incredible fires, obviously as a result of climate change. There's also, increasing water and rising water levels, if you will. Your story where you went up to Greenland and took a look at the Arctic ice melt. To me, there's another thing that reminds me that there is kind of no way of going back. When I see stories or hear stories about that or see pictures about that, talk to us a little bit about that. And I am curious if there was a story for you that was like we're getting maybe closer to a point of no return here when it comes to the climate impact.
And that could be one of them, because our glaciers are like a candle burning on both ends. You have our warming atmosphere, which is heating up these glaciers from above. Then you have the warming water, which is heating these glaciers up from below. And so you have this rapid ice melt and this influx of water into our oceans, leading to sea level rise and responsible for, in the past 4 decades, a 40% chance of hurricanes growing into massive and major hurricanes capable of causing billions of dollars in destruction. As you mentioned, last year alone, 28 storms that caused more than $1 billion in damage. When I was there on those front lines with the scientists, I think the aha moment was some of the frustration they expressed and the great lengths they go to collect their data to hopefully help awaken those that aren't there on those front lines to the crisis that is emerging. And ultimately, so many worried, and so many of those scientists worried, that it would fall on deaf ears. It was one of the main themes in my book, this idea that before every disaster, there is a scientist that has been ignored. And being there on those front lines, seeing that work being carried out, and also understanding uniquely just from their perspective that ultimately it comes down to communicating that work clearly. That really changed the way that I came to understand perhaps people's difficulty in absorbing the information being presented to them and the looming threat that awaits if we don't take action.
Well, let's talk about perhaps some policy prescriptions here. And as a reporter, you go to these places and you report the facts, you tell people's stories, you bring things to light. If there's a message that you want policymakers to understand from your reporting, from your work, from your book, what is it, and what recommendations perhaps do you have for them?
The infrastructure deal, the Inflation Reduction Act, both infuse billions and billions of dollars to address these multiple crises, from climate change, which is the release of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and we can reduce that through green alternatives, to habitat change, the way we build and where we build and how we build more resilient. I think my message would be to empower local municipalities to take action, to help get the information into residents' hands, to cut the bureaucratic red tape so that that funding is easily available and it's easy for people like myself, people like you, everyday residents, to understand how to access it so that they can be funded in their efforts to restore their communities if they've lost them already, or to make them more resilient for those that are still standing.
Well, and I love how you divided your book into the 4 elements: fire, water, earth, and air. And you just realized through your reporting the stories that we're slowly, increasingly, rapidly chipping away at all of those elements, and that's what's necessary for existence. So we're hitting it kind of at all of those levels. It's upsetting to say the least. Jonathan, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, and good luck with the book.
Thank you so much, Carol and Tim. I really appreciate the conversation.
The book is Before It's Gone, Stories from the Front Lines of Climate Change in Small Town America. We've been talking with Jonathan Vigliotti, of course, national correspondent over at CBS News. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Donald Trump's net worth tumbled by $1 billion, along with shares of his social media business, after it disclosed more than $58 million in losses for 2023, with revenue from the former president's Truth Social platform trickling in. Trump Media and Technology Group stock fell 21% today to $48.66 a share. That is below the $49.95 level where the blank check vehicle it merged with was trading a week ago. Again, shares of the company with the ticker DJT down today by 21%. Tesla may be heading for a gloomy milestone tomorrow as waning demand for electric vehicles and elevated interest rates take a toll on sales. And with more on that story, here's Bloomberg's Kimberly Adams.
Charlie, analysts have rapidly lowered their projections for this week's deliveries report as the quarter came to a close. Some on Wall Street are even braced for Tesla's first sales decline since the early early days of the pandemic. On average, analysts surveyed by Bloomberg estimate that Tesla delivered 453,964 vehicles in the quarter. That would be down more than 6% from the company's record showing in the fourth quarter, which tends to be the best time of the year for sales. Tesla reports deliveries tomorrow. Its next earnings report comes April 19th. Charlie?
And that's Kimberly Adams reporting. Today we had Tesla shares lower by 0.3%. United Airlines is asking pilots to take unpaid time off next month, blaming late deliveries of new aircraft from Boeing. A spokeswoman says the delays have reduced the number of hours United had planned that its pilots would fly this year, and the additional time off will reduce excess staffing as a result. Shares of UAL today lower by 1.1%. Those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week, getting ready to wrap up the Monday edition of Bloomberg Business Week. And it's going to be a busy week. We've got the monthly jobs report come Friday. Yeah. And a bunch of economic data points leading up to that. A lot of it on the labor market. And then Jay Powell, we, of course, got on Wednesday, so we'll see what he has to say.
I got a story that might be of interest to some folks in the tri-state area who listen to our broadcast.
Congestion pricing?
No, this is another contentious issue. This one from Bloomberg Law. The federal government defeated a legal challenge by New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut to a Treasury rule designed to curb state workarounds of the cap on state and local tax deductions. This story among the most read in the last hour, coming out just after the market closed at 4 o'clock. Congress in 2017 placed a $10,000 limit on the amount of state and local taxes that a single taxpayer or married couple may deduct from their federal income tax. Legislators in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, each having a high number of residents whose SALT liability exceeds $10,000, passed laws in response, Carol, to let their respective taxpayers receive credits on their state or local taxes by donating to state or local affiliated charities.
Don't get me started on this.
Oh, your head is spinning. It's not that your head is spinning.
No.
You're just like...
I live in the New York Metro, and this cap has been difficult.
Yeah, the 3 states sued the federal government after the rule was issued.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Okay, you don't.
It makes
That's
me upset.
Fine. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, it is the second most read story in the last hour.
I feel a little targeted.
On the Bloomberg terminal.
Those of us who live in the New York Metro. Hey, he's back.
Oh.
Hey, how are you?
How are you,
He was
Doug?
in California.
Thank you. So, yeah, I was. It was good.
Those
How
on
are
the
you,
West
Doug?
Coast feel the same way about this cap on, anyway.
These
So
are
what's
high
going
cost
on
of
with you
living
guys?
areas. Carol's unhappy about the SALT caps, state and local taxes in the tri-state area.
It's kind of hard when you live in the New York Metro. I mean, you pay a lot of taxes.
You do.
I know
You
it's
do.
a choice, but, could I live further out and maybe pay less taxes?
Maybe move to Florida.
Yeah, but I couldn't work here easily.
That's true.
Certainly not in the New York office. So, how you doing, Doug Christo?
I'm good. I'm good. Getting set for the show. There's a lot to talk about. I heard you were speaking to Ed Ludlow about Tesla.
Yeah.
And the fact that the company's raising prices in China, which may be a little counterintuitive.
And elsewhere, apparently they do. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and we were talking just now. That's why I'm a little late, because we were on the call getting ready for our show. This notion that maybe Tesla is just kind of holding its nose to weather the storm that's going on right now in the EV market in China with this aggressive price war. They are kind of a premium brand, so you don't want to undercut that. And at the same time, that they have reduced production in Shanghai. So maybe this is about trying to preserve a little bit of margin there.
What I thought was interesting that Ed said, and maybe we were just kind of speculating, but this idea that kind of Elon keeps you on your toes when it comes to cutting prices, raising prices.
Dynamic pricing, Carol.
Right, exactly. So if you're thinking about buying, do you think, okay, wait, maybe this might be the lowest price, maybe they're going to go up? It just keeps you on your toes here.
There's some other things too, I think, that the company was offering through the end of March that have expired, and so maybe that's kind of accounts for
Ed's
the net
leasing a
increase.
Tesla.
Right.
Yeah, we're
right.
talking
I
about
heard
this.
that. I thought that was
Interesting.
good conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Every once in a while, 3 hours, we get at least one right.
Phew, you did it. So today, what else caught your mind? Because we're getting ready to talk a little bit about.
China is China actually finally turning
Well,
around?
the data over the
points.
weekend,
Yeah.
the PMI data was pretty strong. The Tonkon survey for Japan also, very strong. And then you look at the ISM data here in the U.S., right? So now there's a big rethink on what the Fed's going to do.
Torsten
Maybe
Slok sticking to his expectation
That was
that
an
the
interesting
Fed
interview that we had
will
earlier.
not cut rates
will not
this year.
cut.
Yeah.
Well, Bostic last week was saying one cut one 25 basis point rate cut.
Think about that. Since the end of last year, right? And it's only the 1st of April.
We're talking about 150 basis points in total cuts right now.
And
The
now
swaps market is saying 65 for the year, down from 150.
Big difference. That also just says to me, folks, as investors, like, keep on your toes. Like, things can change pretty rapidly. And could we maybe get no cuts this year? That's possible.
I want to see what the equity and the bond market have to do if we get no cuts this year.
I don't know. We're running out of time. What do you got?
I don't think it's necessarily going to be a bad thing. More rate hikes would be a bad thing. Just to forestall cuts.
Wait, so you're saying higher for longer?
Guys, I'm sorry. We're going to have to take this outside. Thanks for listening, everybody. Bounce of Power starts now.